give you our first welcome this morning. Jim.
I don't know if I need this or not, but welcome. I hope everybody had a great time at Tirnanog last night. I really did. A big shout out to my singing and dancing partners, wherever y'all are. You know, it was a great time. So, yeah, I may have embarrassed myself a little bit, but that's okay. Again, thank you everybody for coming. I'm just here to give a quick update as to what's going on with ATSI and our little, corner of the world down a little bit south of here. But first of all, a big shout out to our vendors. Without them, we couldn't be doing something like this. So a lot of them are not in the room, but a big shout out to them. Thank you very much. And all of you that, now that COVID is really in and waning, thank you for showing. I mean, this is a great turnout. I'm having a really good time. So big, everybody coming out here, big shout out to you guys too, And also another thing is for all the people out here virtually, wherever you are, and here, all the AOE and AOD winners, congratulations to all of you. Well-deserved awards. So, give yourself a big round. About me, I'm just, some little guy who's a second-gen owner. My brother is also here with me, Tom. He is a former board member of SNUG, also a president of SNUG. I was the president of ASTA for about 5 years, and now I'm serving as the ATSI president for 2 years. We are second gen. Some of you may know who our mom is. We work for our mommy. Her name's Donna West. So, so that's where we get ours from. And I've only been let out of the dungeon recently. For the last 7 years is when I've been in the dungeon, literally. I never went to associations. I hated them, could never figure out why we had them, and then I've experienced it, and I drank the Kool-Aid. So, and look where I am now. So, but anyway, so that's a little bit about us. I've been doing this now for 29 years, and I'm still a youngster in our industry. So big shout out to, all you guys that have been doing this forever, second gen, some third generation people in here too as well. Growing up in this industry, I don't know, it's pretty incredible. Some of the things that we're doing at ATSI, I just took over the presidency back in June. We've got a new website that we are putting together. We're getting, ours is a little antiquated, so we're going to make it much more user-friendly, a lot more visibly, nicer to look at. We did just switch over management to Ewald management after being with KWMG for several years. So the first year was a really good transition, and now we can really get some things going, especially now that we've come out of COVID. One of the bigger things that we're doing and we're talking about engagement, to get our younger up-and-coming stars more engaged, is ATSI is starting a young professionals group. So anybody that's 35 and under, they can join the group, and it's just to try to get people talking about it and keep them engaged and keep them moving along, and trying to get everybody to stay engaged in this industry that we're in. We've heard for years that our industry is on the wane. No, we're still thriving, and COVID proved it. So we actually put on more employees and more business during COVID than we had in the previous 5 years. So there's still a use for us, I think, just a little bit. And just some of the other things, just real quick. I'm just a quick bookkeeping. The ATSI conference, if anybody is a member of ATSI, we are going to be in the Buckhead Marriott in Atlanta. That is going to be June 6th, 7th, and 8th. So, this is going out to you before we send out the save the date. A big one that we put together, this is now I'm converting to the regionals, ASTA and GLTSA, the Atlantic States and the Great Lakes States Association, regional associations. We're doing a co-located conference in Pittsburgh this year. It's in 2 weeks. It's in Pittsburgh. If you don't even want to go to that conference, there's actually Pittsburgh is hosting a game, and I'm pretty sure there's tickets still available for that game. But that will be October 16th, 17th, and 18th at the Sheraton Station Square in Pittsburgh. Excuse me, I'm sorry. And then the Western States Association, they're going to be in Las Vegas for their annual conference, November 6th, 7th, and 8th as well. And that's going to be at the MGM Suites. So those are, two upcoming United States Regional Association meetings, but going to have a good time. We've got lots of vendors lined up and lots of speakers for both of those. The biggest thing is we've all been impacted in some way, shape, or form by Hurricanes Fiona and Ian. So the Nova Scotians that survived that, congratulations to you. But NAEO, so I'm pushing everybody right now. NAEO, if some of you are not aware, they have a disaster fund set up. And that disaster fund is available to anybody in the TAS industry, whether you're an owner or a member, an employee of the company. If you had any loss, if you had any damages or anything, apply to NAEO and you can receive a grant for free. It's something that we refunded about 2 years ago, and it's an ongoing thing. So for the NAEO people that are here, congratulations for setting that program up. And it's available for everybody. You do not have to be an NAO member. It is available to any StarTel users, any OmniSource users, any CADCOM users, well, they are the same, Zito users. Anybody can use that fund. So just as a reminder, that's another resource that's out there that all of our associations have put together. So another reason why we all should stay members of these associations. Thank you very much. Again, I'm Jim Riandu from ATSI, and thank you for having me up. I appreciate it.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. There we go. Now it's working? All right. I'm just going to stand over here. I'm going to have the pleasure of introducing the next speaker. I think everybody, though, has seen the QR code up here, so if you want to do that. However, I've been asked for everybody to put your name in, keep it PG, because everybody's going to see what your name is, so you might not want to use your handle from last night. And please don't go ahead with the questions because they're a part of the poll. This is working as well for those of you that are streaming. Gives you an opportunity to go into the polls, and we will see your answers as well as the people in the room. So everybody's got your phone. And let me introduce, so Jennifer is a learning and organizational development expert. She delivers high-energy keynote presentations and workshops that challenge audiences to leverage their focus and pay attention to what matters most at work and in life. Audiences love her practical strategies they can apply professionally and personally. Jennifer has worked domestically and internationally for both nonprofit and profit organizations, from disparate industries such as the Children's Hospital, Care Canada internationally, and currently at Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation on the Affordable Housing Initiative. She works with large corporate initiatives, which is why she's a great fit for us today. Organizations hire Jennifer because of her implementable strategies that help employers and employees achieve their corporate goals. And P.S., she's my daughter. Add that.
So thank you. It's weird to hear your mother talk like that about you. Okay, now I'm going to try to not move around too much so my necklace doesn't hit the mic, but if it happens, I might just rip it off. All right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for coming in. I heard it was quite the evening last night. I know my mom came back. She says, "Ooh, it was getting going." So thank you for coming in this morning. So I'm really excited to be here today to talk to you about employee engagement. And I joined yesterday virtually to listen to the session about recognition and quiet quitting. And I think that the topics they just flow so easily together. So I hope that you're going to find something interesting today, even if you're already doing employee engagement. Maybe there's something that you can just refresh. Maybe there's a new tool, or maybe it's just something that you want to talk to your colleagues about. And if not, thank you for being here for the hour anyways. Okay, so you've already learned a little bit about me, but here's a couple of things that you don't know. So yes, I'm a mom to this little dragon here. I'm a wife, I'm a daughter, I'm a sister, I'm all of these labels, right? Everybody keeps talking about labels. So I'm all of those things, but I'm also a learning specialist, and that's kind of where I get my passion and my drive. I get really excited when people have their aha moment. So when somebody says, "Oh, I got that, I got this, I'm gonna be able to change something and do something better," that's where I get excited. It's not surprising that I'm working in learning and development in affordable housing. I want to help people the way that they need to be helped. It's also not surprising that I was helping my mother and Brad and the Alliance team. It was really easy for me to talk with my mother over dinner on Sundays, because let's face it, there's a Sunday dinner. And we talked about just some of the issues that I'm having at work and what I could be doing to helping Alliance. And so it just naturally flowed that there might be some things that we could be doing together. Now, before I get into this, let's talk a little bit about what we've done with Alliance. So we've done some change simulations with some Lego that I think was really quite exciting. We've talked about communications, and then what we're going to be talking about today is engagement. Now, as Sharon has said, this presentation is live streamed. It also will be available to you. So if anybody wants it, we can PDF it and you can have it. We're also going to be using polling today. So if anybody has already got it open, fantastic. If not, when we get to the questions, there's going to be a URL at the top. You can do it that way as well. And then finally, time permitting, because I've heard that you're a dynamic group and you want to talk, so there's going to be an interactive activity for us to do at the end. Okay, so what are we going to cover today? What am I going to talk about? Well, we're going to talk about engagement. Why is it so important, right? We heard yesterday why recognition is so important and some of the challenges that we've been facing since COVID and quiet quitting. How does engagement fit into that? We're also going to talk about a case study. So we're going to bring Brad up and have him on the hot seat. And we're going to talk a little bit about their experience in Alliance and how this has worked with them. And then finally, as I said, we're going to have that group activity. All right, so now I'm going to get you to pull out your phones, and those of you who are live streaming, feel free to do that as well. So the first question is, do you have an engagement survey? And don't worry, this will be anonymous. So the three answers are yes, we're really active, we do it a lot. Or the second one, we've done it once or twice. And then the third one, I'm not sure, I may want to learn more. Maybe not, but I'm here anyways. Okay. For whatever reason, the results don't seem to be showing up here, but I have them. You know, technology, you do your best. There we go. All right. See it this way. Okay, so wow, quite a few of you have an engagement survey. That's fantastic. There's a couple who have done it once or twice, and there's a little bit that haven't done it or they want to learn a little bit more about it. That's great. Okay. Okay, so for those of you who are in the room, before we get to this page, are there anybody here that has an engagement survey in the room? Just put your hands up. Yes, you do. We worked with you. Nobody in the room? Everybody's virtual who has an engagement survey? Okay. That makes it easy. So does anybody know the difference between employee satisfaction or engagement? Because we hear it a lot, employee satisfaction, employee engagement, right? We hear those words, and they're similar, but they are very different. So let's do an example. On the left side of me, I have Maureen. Let's call her Maureen. Maureen is a satisfied employee. She likes her job. She comes to work on time. She answers calls really, really well, right? She's good, very low error rate. She is comfortable with her salary, all of these things. She's doing a good job. If we were to do her performance review, we would say she's meeting all expectations. Maureen's happy. On this side, we have François, because I'm bilingual and François has to be French. So we have François on this side, and he's doing everything that Maureen's doing, but he's doing that bit more. So he's the first one to say, oh, somebody's sick, I'll take their shift. He's also the first person that says, oh, somebody is new, I'll help them with training. Or I'd like to be part of the social committee. He's doing all of his work, he's doing a fantastic job, and he's giving that extra discretionary effort. That's engagement. When you have people who are engaged, your business grows, your team thrives, right? Those people in your teams, and I'm sure you all have them in your organization, do you have those people who just drive the team forward because they just want to succeed? They don't want to take a day off, right? Because then they feel like they're missing out or they're letting down their team. It was one of the comments that I had seen in the Alliance survey the first time. I don't want to be at home. Why would anybody want to leave? This is a family. Those are really powerful comments. Those are people who are really deeply engaged. But I think it's important to say what an engagement survey really is and what it isn't. It's not a magic wand. You know, my daughter really likes Cinderella and bibbidi bobbidi boo. an engagement survey or an engagement strategy is not going to solve all your problems. Those of you who have an engagement survey, you'll know you still have problems. There's still things and the issues that you're working on in your organization. But what it can do is shine a spotlight on some of the issues that you may have, that you can start to work them out. So there's a really good example, and I hope it's okay to share this. The first time we did a survey with Alliance, there was somebody who said, I really love working here. They were relatively new. They said, I really love working here. I know I work shift work. I know I work the late shift. I think their shift ended about 10 o'clock, but their bus came at 10:05. So by the time they finished up the call, if they did call didn't run late because they didn't want to hang up a call quickly, by the time they packed up their stuff and by the time that they went out to the bus stop, they had already missed it. So this person, thankfully it was the summertime, and they were either walking home, which took 45 minutes, or they were taking a taxi. Now this is something we hadn't known, but because of the engagement survey, we were able to have that open dialogue, and then there were some allowances that could be made, because we don't know, right? We don't want our employees to be stuck in an uncomfortable situation. And when you're stuck there, sometimes you start to think, I really love my job. I love what I do. I love my colleagues. But this is getting really difficult. How do I do this? How do I make this work? So just a quick question. How many here take the bus to work? And how many here know the bus schedules? Okay, so not very many. So this is why an engagement survey can help you find out that information that could make a difference. Now, this was just one employee, but it could be others, right? So it's just bringing forward some of the issues that you can do something about. Some issues you can't do anything about. And that leads me to employees leaving your organization. Attrition is going to happen. People will leave. That's normal. What you want to look at is the preventable departures. So you're going to have people who are going to retire, who hopefully win the lottery and, they go off to Aruba. Those people, that's going to happen. But what about the people who are leaving because they haven't had a meaningful conversation with their leader in the last 6 months? What about that person who couldn't afford to come to work because it was just too expensive and they couldn't make it work? Those people, we can figure out what the problem is and then see if we can do something about. Now, of course, there are things like I work shift work. We can't do anything about that, right? If I'm an astronaut, I'm up in space, I'm not coming home on weekends. There's no elevator going up and down. So there's some things that you just can't do. So we've talked about real-time feedback. Now there's an organization, and I was trying to talk to one of your vendors the other night, but you can do pulse surveys or you can do surveys as you go. But there's some organizations that will do real-time surveys, and that's really interesting because then you can start to ask many questions as you go and say, okay, how are you doing today? And then you can find out, how's the team going? Oh no, there's a bit of turmoil, and you can start to have those interactions real-time and make that difference before things start to fester. So there are a lot of really interesting things that you can do with it. Now, engagement is not a call to spend money. So yesterday we had heard about frogs. I think that that's a great idea. That's free. That's something that you can do. I also heard somebody from the Alliance team talk about how they kept the little letter from the candy drop. Those are all things that make a big difference, right? Recognition is a huge part of engagement. It's one of the big drivers of engagement. That's something you can do for free. A survey, if you have SurveyMonkey that's relatively cheap, you can do that. So it doesn't have to cost you a lot of money. And on the flip side, it can start to earn you a lot of money. So because if we have all of those François who are really doing a ton of great work, what is that going to look like, right? Less turnover and so on. What I'd really like to also talk about, and this is the important, this is the dark side of engagement. So for the dark side of engagement, and it really kind of links with some of these other pieces about commitment, if you're going to have an engagement survey, the one thing that I really, really strongly recommend is to do it with intent. So you've all heard the saying, you have to buy what you sell, right? If you're in sales, you have to get it. You have to believe in it. Same thing for employee engagement. If you or the senior leadership team don't buy into it, why would the staff? Right? I've had leaders before, and maybe you have had them as well, saying, oh, can you fill out the survey? It's really important. Well, I don't believe that you really want me to fill out the survey. I'm thinking that this is something that's on a to-do list. So doing that can have a negative effect, and that's not the intention, right? If you're gonna spend all of that effort and all of this commitment, because you have all of your regular work, right? So you have the regular work that's happening, and then you're gonna do the survey, you're gonna review it, and you're gonna have all of those things, action back, and then communicate. that there's some tension, there's some commitment to that. So just keep that in mind. Okay, so I'm going to get you to pull out your phones, and this is going to be an interesting one. What percentage of the world's population do you think is currently engaged? So in 2022, what percentage of the world do you think that is? And I'll see if I can get to the next one. Oh, it didn't click automatically? You know, I apologize. It works so wonderfully when you're doing it on your own stuff, you know? Not that the tech team, you guys are amazing. Okay, well, you know what, I'm just gonna say it to you guys. You guys don't have to click on it. Okay, so do you think it's 21%, 33%, 43%, or 51%? Just a show of hands, 21%, if you think it's that. Okay, show of hands for 33%. Show of hands for 43%. Couple, and a show of hands for 51%. That's good. It's definitely not 51%. Okay, so it would be lovely if it was. It used to be better, but not anymore, unfortunately. All right. So the number is 21% of the world's population, working population, is engaged. That's incredibly low. That's incredibly low, and you'll see it in a little bit. When we started working with Alliance, when we started working together and they started their engagement survey, the national average in Canada and in the US, or North American average, was 64%. Now, it's not surprising, right? 21%, we've been through COVID, we've been told for the last 3 years, people bad, stay away, batten the doors. So it's not surprising that this number is low. We've been focused on different things. Not that work's not important, it's very important, but different drivers have come into place, right? And you'll hear me talk about drivers, and I'll explain them a little bit more in a minute, but one of the shifts that we've seen in the industry is a bigger shift on health and wellness. Not surprising, you guys talked about it a little bit yesterday, right? About that, making sure that we've got that space. Now, 21% is the worldwide number, but there is a little bit of good news. In Canada and in the US, the number is a little bit higher. We're at 33%. So that's good news. However, we are also the highest when it comes to stress. So I'm not sure what that means, but we're a little bit higher with engagement, but we're also a little bit more stressed out. Now, we talked a little bit about profitability and what does that mean. Of course, if you have a team full of François who are just giving her, right? They're getting all of the calls done, they're making their clients happy, right? Let's see if you have a portion of the person's business and you're just answering calls and you're able to do all of this work really quickly. Well, they may be more inclined to do more with you, or they're going to be talking about you, right? Your employees are your brand ambassadors. They're going to be telling everybody about the amazing work that you're doing. So it's not surprising that you see some profitability. It can lower your absenteeism, right? If I'm engaged, I don't want to call in sick. I want to come to work. I'm excited about it. It's not a magic wand, right? It's not going to stop people from calling in sick. That happens. It's not going to stop people from leaving, but it can help. So another question here is, how much do you think it costs, right? Because if we have to think of the flip side, what do you think it costs to replace an employee? Yes, so we're not going to worry about the poll, but we're just going to ask you guys. Hands for 20% of the person's salary. Okay, what about 50%? Okay, what about 100%? Yeah, and 150%. Seeing double hands. It's a bit of a trick question. It's anywhere from half to 2 times a departing salary. So if somebody's worked with you for 5 years, it would be their salary at 5 years. So what we did is we came up with a bit of a salary, about $40,000. So it could be anywhere from $20,000 to $80,000 to replace them. Now I'm seeing some people nod their heads saying, yeah, it looks about right. And other people are saying, no way, she's crazy. It doesn't cost that much. Well, let's think about it. What do you do when somebody leaves? What do you have to do? Place an ad. Okay, so there's costs related to that. You probably maybe you have to review the job posting. Maybe you want to refresh it, maybe not, maybe it's stock. So there's some time related to that. What else? Yeah, so you have to do all of that. You have to do training, onboarding, time with the manager, and then what you're not talking about here, and this is Gallup, so Gallup is talking about this, but what Gallup is not mentioning is the total value, right? So you pay the salary, but you're giving a lot more to that employee than just their salary, right? What about their benefits? What about any perks that they might get? What about RSPs or pension plan? There's more than just the salary to that. So when you start to add this up, it's actually quite large. So there's a reason to start digging in and start working on engagement. So we have a bit of an example here, and thank you, Brad. Brad worked with me on this.
I was going to say the other potential is lost customers, because if we lose customers and the service levels will go down.
Yes.
And then we lose customers until we've got people back up that have answered the phones.
Yes.
So there's that value as well.
Absolutely, and think about, right, what happens if people are not there? Like, so let's say we have people who are departing, other people have to cover their shifts, and if they're constantly covering shifts, then you're looking at potential burnout of some of your other employees, and that's not something you want either, because then you could have further departures. So not that it, again, I think it's that cycle. Now, how many of you have, what's the percentage of turnover that you may have? 20% over the year, 30, 40? Right. So it happens, right? And when you take a look at this here, so this example, at the end of the day, right, a $37,000 salary, and then if you add in, and these are COVID numbers, the $7,000 here, these are during COVID, so that it would be a little bit less than when we're back in, and there's a little bit more pizza parties, and there's more barbecues, and family functions, and so on. But we're looking at 44,000, so if we do conservative 1.5 times, 66,000. So if you have a turnover of just 5 people, you're looking at $330,000. That's a lot of money.
It's also the impact on your other team members, like,
Oh,
yeah,
absolutely.
you know, if they were an influencer, they got along really well with everybody else in the organization.
Absolutely.
The great job that they're going to, and then all of a sudden it sounds better than the job they have. They're excited to leave.
Yeah, but so what I would ask is, how many of your employees know their total value? Because I remember having this conversation with Brad and Sharon, and I don't think employees have an idea of that. Do any of your colleagues know? Not seeing a lot of yeses. Sure.
How would they know their value? What do you mean by that?
So I'll give you a really good example. At CMHC, where I work, I can see down to the very penny everything that CMHC gives me as a monetary value or non-monetary value. So if I get a pension, how much do they put into it? If I put in RSPs, what do I put into it? So you can see all of the different things that I get as bonuses, as perks for working for CMHC. So in your organization, and what's your organization again? I can't see, I'm sorry. I-24. Okay, so for I-24, would your employees know just their salary, right? When they sign off on the dotted line and they come to work for you, they probably know they're making about 37, but would they know how much money they're getting for anything else?
Typically, they would know at the very beginning, but then lose total track of time.
Absolutely, right? And sometimes we get some increases or they may get bonuses, but they're not seeing that number tally up. They're still thinking about, when I signed, I make $37,000. So it's interesting to have this, even at the end of the year and you're doing your, the performance review, maybe just sharing this kind of information with them is really powerful, so that when they start to look at, and I just want to keep an eye on time so that we can have time for the activity. But this is really powerful for them. If somebody is potentially on the verge of looking at another call center or another agency, not that they would, but they may say, I make $66,000 here, or I make $44,000 here. I'd only make $25,000 here. They're doing a lot here, right? They're paying attention to me. They're meeting not just my extrinsic needs that we were talking about yesterday, but also my intrinsic. One of the things that I love about Alliance, and I'm sorry I'm talking so much about them, but I know a lot about Alliance, they do more than just this, right? There's very often, I have snowsuits for my daughter that my mom's taking in for the snowsuit fund. I've heard about, yesterday I heard a story that Sharon, Mom, told me about somebody who's raising money to go and drop off food at the SPCAs and the Humane Societies. you're an industry who cares, right? The people who do this work are people who care. So this is important, but that other aspect of the work that you guys do, and just the I call it the fun, that matters too. And that all plays a part into employee engagement. Seeing a lot of nodding heads. That's good. Okay, so we're going to get close to the case study. I'm going to start telling you a little bit about what we did with Alliance, because we've talked enough about engagement now. I think you guys all get it. And then soon we're going to bring up Brad. I'm going to have a little sip of water. It's very dry up here. All right. So back in 2018, we started to work with Alliance, and Alliance made the decision, we want to start doing an engagement survey. So we had a lot of consultations, and we decided on 2 different surveys. One full comprehensive survey that was a bit longer, I think it's about 47 to 49 questions. Yeah, so a bigger one, and then a pulse survey. And there's a reason, and the pulse survey is much smaller. There's a reason for that. And I see it a lot in organizations. People will ask the question, and I don't know if you've ever heard this question, do you have any, what challenges do you face in your day-to-day role? Well, sometimes people will say, business processes. Well, business processes are not always an easy thing to do, right? Sometimes it takes time to work on things. So it makes sense to have a bigger comprehensive thing where we're really looking at the overall health of the organization, and then a smaller pulse that really focuses specifically on the engagement questions. And the engagement questions are, the way that we broke it, it's a formula that we created, is 2 questions from each of the 5 engagement drivers that we've done. And I'll talk to you about engagement drivers. I think a couple people keep wanting to know about them. So what we did is we launched the survey in the summer, early fall. We did the analysis, and then we had a report out. And that report out was a full day in the Kingston office. At the time, of course, it's pre-COVID, everybody's in the office, and everybody was excited. I don't know if you've seen the office. It's gorgeous. It was brand new, it was shiny, I'm really jealous. I'm still jealous of it. I have to work out of a bedroom in my home. Perfect, I'll move to Kingston. So, everybody was really pumped. So what we did is we booked a day, and then we made sure that we had sessions for each to cover off each of the shifts. We recorded the session for anybody who was sick or anybody who just couldn't be there on vacation, whatever it is. We recorded it for future sake. And we talked about what engagement is. We talked about what the scores were. What does it mean? We had a really extensive heat map. Has anybody ever seen a heat map before? It's exciting and terrifying all at the same time. You see lots of colors, so it just tells you where you're doing well and where areas of opportunities are. So we did all of that. And what I found is really, really interesting, and I really liked this, the leadership team made a conscious decision to say, we want to be there at every single meeting we had with staff. So we had a first meeting together where we talked about it, but then they wanted to be sure that they were in the room to show their support and to really have that open dialogue with their team. And I think that that's really powerful, especially for the kickoff. So I was really, really quite happy with that, because that doesn't always happen, right? In larger organizations, or in some organizations, you get the results and then it goes out to the team, people kind of read them, and then like text, we decide what tone they apply, and then we meet with people. So it was really nice to be able to digest it and hear it and understand it together. So I'm going to skip this because I think this is really interesting. So this is the difference between 2018 and 2022. So you can see, and these are the different engagement drivers. So engagement drivers are the different categories within the engagement survey. So there's career development, work engagement, compensation, management effectiveness, and work communication. Now this is important to note. Work communication, technology, and business processes are, I call them the 3 ugly sisters. They come up in every single survey. They're always the problem. People always can't say that they don't have enough, or there's a problem. They need help with that. I was super shocked and really, really quite proud of the Alliance team. Communication did not come up as a problem on their survey this past time. It's the only time I've ever seen it in any organization. It's really a testament to the work that you guys have been doing. So what's exciting here is that you'll see over time they've just continued to grow, even though the national average is dropping. So I think that that's really interesting, and in a moment I'm going to be bringing up Brad, and he can talk about how did they get to this point, right? Because this doesn't happen on its own. Yes?
Your response rate is really high, I think. Do
Yeah, I was just saying your response rate is really high. Do you schedule your team to complete the survey, or how do you get such a high response rate?
The answer is no. They get an email with the survey on it, and we encourage them to do it. We remind them sometimes, but they don't have a designated time.
I would agree. So it's a good point. The average that I typically see for response rates is about 70%. And even for the first one, where there's a bit of trepidation, like, is this really anonymous? Can I really say what I mean about my boss? Right? So there's a little bit of nerves. It took a little while to understand that, no, you can respond honestly. Your feedback is not going straight to your manager. In fact, I was the one reviewing it, so I'm external to the organization. I don't know Susie's writing or her style, so I wouldn't be able to associate that. So once there was that built up in that trust, then we're able to say, okay, you know, let's participate more. And I really do believe that the Alliance team is very engaged. So it's not surprising they would have that score. Sure.
I can beat you up. Oh, you're on.
I think part of it, the first one, there was trepidation, and then there were some changes that happened after the first one, because we didn't just take it and not do anything with the results. We also communicated, and it's little things like we have a security side as well, and they wanted a work boot allowance. It's like, oh, well, that's easy, it's simple, and we did it, and we did little things like that, and communicated it to the staff, so they knew there was something was actually happening from it, and nothing bad happened after people filled out surveys. So I think that was part of it.
Absolutely. Sure.
Yeah, just, I would say that the comments that we got on the first survey were we got high response rates. The comments were very innocuous. I think it was a testing to see whether we could actually be open and honest, anonymous. All of the answers go to Jen, and Jen was very happy not to share anything with me, that she didn't have to tell me about anything. So I think that people were testing us the first time, and when they saw that there were some honest comments and some maybe not so easy things to hear, and then people talk and say, okay, yeah, you know, they didn't have a closed meeting with Christy. Clearly this is okay. And I think that's what made people more comfortable, because we kept doing it. I think the anonymity is super important.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any other questions? No? I know you're reserving them all for Brad. I get it. Just drill him with questions. All right, so with that, Brad, come on up. Let's have a chat. Let's talk about this.
Where's my fire?
We should have put like the fireplace on Netflix or something.
Yep.
All right. I'm not going to stand because it just feels like I'm standing over you. That's awkward. I apologize for those of you who can't see me. I'll wiggle a little bit. Okay, so can you tell us a little bit about why did you decide to do this in the first place? Like, this is a lot to do. How did this come about?
Well, I guess as I look at it, we're a people business. So we basically give our people's time to our clients.
Right.
Of our strategic strategy, we have 4 pillars, and employee engagement is one of them. And at the time, we weren't doing a lot.
Right.
Well, we were doing lots, but not in an organized fashion. And so because of that, we had to focus, and that's kind of where this all kind of stemmed from, and then we started.
All right. Well, that's fair.
Yeah.
And over the years, so there's been a lot of surveys, right? I think it's been 5 years now, which is shocking to me. It feels like yesterday. So were there any surprises? Was there anything that came out that you thought, oh, we didn't know that was happening?
Yeah, the first one, there are a couple of things. Obviously, we have a lot of training, and
Right.
we do a lot of training for new agents, and we really work on that new onboarding session. But one of the things that popped up was one of our long-term agents said, when I went to dispatcher, which is one of the highest levels, I felt like I was just thrown into it because they're really competent at that point in the agency.
Right.
But we had a plan, but not a great plan.
Yeah.
And we went to fix that. So there's those little things that you just don't, you don't expect or you don't focus on, because by the time they get to that level, they're great agents.
Yeah. Okay. And so now, and I guess I'm not showing the screen, but you're getting the questions anyways. So as an owner, how do you think it's affected the organization? Because I think that the employees would have a view, but I'd like to know from your perspective.
I think there's no one big thing we did. I think they're all little things that kind of cumulative. We added an RSP plan. So a lot of the first comments were, we want a pension, we want a pension. Then we created an RSP plan, and then people said, we want a pension, we want a pension. The RSP plan is the best we can do for a pension, because a pension is too complicated in our province. It was all these little things that we did that I think helped us increase our roles, because without looking at 2018, I wouldn't have known that we've improved that much. So there's all these little things that we did.
Okay. Oh,
Yep.
I have the mic.
No, so some of just the little things that became, again, the response time is you just weren't aware. For instance, the agents had to go and get a medical script in order to go for a massage. Brad found that out, and I think it took him one phone call, and
Yeah. So do we have to have this? My benefits guy says no.
he fixed it. And then he
Take it out.
goes, so was able to go back with a pretty easy win that somebody happened to mention in there. And then I think the latest one was agents typically don't start benefits until it's 6 months. So brought it up. It's been a discussion. I don't know that it's been settled or not, but it was, okay, do we really need to still do it 6? That decision was made a long time ago for certain factors. Do they still apply? Is it going to help us attract and retain people? So it was just bringing up things that perhaps we just didn't know. And like Jen said, it puts sunlight on those. So those are two big things that the agents are still talking about.
And another big one we had was our benefits plan. When my benefits plan was created, we were a smaller company. I think mom and dad created it for themselves.
right,
Very comprehensive plan. Our agents couldn't afford it.
right.
So we created a new benefits plan that was more affordable, and I pay 80% of opposed to 50, and it gave them the security they were looking for.
That's a big change.
Yeah.
That's a lot of benefits. It's a lot of work. So speaking of work, right? All of these things that takes time. That takes people power. That takes commitment. Can you talk about the commitment that it would take somebody or your organization to realize not just the engagement survey, but all of these different things and communicating it back?
The commitment really is doing this survey, which now that we've been doing it for 5 years,
Yeah.
we have it in our strategic plan. It's in the plan. We know it's coming up. We talk about it, and then it happens.
Right.
And then the communicating is, and especially when we first moved into our building, brand new building, everyone was excited, and then all of a sudden, poof, they were gone. It's like, oh shoot, we've done all this work to get us here, and now it's gone. And we all face this. Everyone in this room faced this, but we did things such as created a company Facebook page, and just for our company, and then we post everything: anniversaries, birthdays, any news that we feel are relevant. And we've tried to make the Facebook page more fun than business, so there's no real read this policy, read that policy. We have a fun squad. Marie here yesterday, she takes that on, and she does a pretty good job of that to make sure that we're still doing the things that we used to do in-house.
Right.
I'm just trying to look. The newsletter, the newsletter's fabulous. Because some people aren't on Facebook. So basically copy Facebook and put in the newsletter and send it out, because that's how some people want to view it, because we all view things. Some people TikTok, some people Facebook, some people nothing. So, and then the other things we did were like, we created bonus plans for the operators. We rewarded the operators that showed up every time. They're rock stars, they deserve to be paid more, so we created bonus plans for them.
Awesome.
We did all sorts of little things like that
Wow.
to show the commitment to it.
That's great. Now, how do you tackle the unchangeables, right? So there are things that are just not on the table. We cannot fix, and they come up in engagement surveys. How do you manage
Has
that?
anyone hired someone for nights and weekends, and then they say, I don't want to work nights and weekends? Anyone have that? We just try to be blunt. We just try to be blunt and straightforward about it. It's like, this is a night and weekend job, and we're 24 hours. And
Right,
well, I think someone was saying that's the flexibility, but we can't do that.
right.
We just can't do that. So it's sometimes the truth is the truth, and we have to just manage around that. And we have had those things where we want more weekends off, we want this off, and it's like we try to do our best to ensure that people have weekends on and have
Of course.
days off, but sometimes we're not that good at that.
Well, I mean, I think it happens, and I think what I really like about what you're saying is that there's that transparency, right? And being blunt and saying, this is something we just can't do. And I think, I think about my husband when I'm saying, well, why can't we renovate the bathroom? Just do it. He has a million reasons why, and I'm not going to let it go until he says, because we're already renovating the other one. I can't do 2 at a time. Right? So when you start to understand the reasons behind things, then it may still not be something you like, but you understand it a little bit more. So I think that's great. So the last question I have for you right now is, you've been doing this for a while. I think you guys have a really good cadence. Your scores are really, really great. What would make this better?
Well, I mentioned this to the PAY group, and this could be a CAMX initiative for the board. Where's Leslie? Honestly, the questions we ask are applicable to everyone's organizations here. If there was some standardized thing that we all did this, compare numbers without knowing who's who, I think that would make it better. I know just comparing our last 5 years has been, transformative for us, and to know that, hey, we are doing something good, and it is worth the effort. And I honestly believe what we're doing is worth the effort, and I wouldn't stop it for anything. But I think if we did industry, I talked with my PAY group and said, hey, if we all do this, we can compare and see where we're at. And if there's enough initiative from the CAMX membership, we could take this a little bit bigger.
That'd be really interesting. I know they have it in healthcare and other industries, so you get a lot of insights into. It's also a little competitive. I remember when I was at GEO, we thought, oh, we got to do better than sick kids. We're all helping children. That's the big deal. But doctors were competitive. So okay, now I think what I'd like to do is we're going to skip ahead a little bit, and you've talked already a little bit about some of the initiatives. So you've done some investment in professional development and leadership development. You've done a lot in leadership development. You've talked about the communications, health benefits. Is there anything that you're really excited, and beyond this list, because this is not all they've done, is there anything that you're really excited about?
I've said most of it. I think one thing that we have spent a lot of time in, we have this company called Human Factor, Christy Andrus. She's not a member of our team, but she's a member of our team. And she comes in with fresh insight and an independent view.
Yep.
And we've used her. Christy, do you want to talk about the training we've done? We've used her on management level, but we've also worked down supervisor level.
Okay.
So Christy meets with my leadership team, my supervisors, every second Tuesday, and we have different topics of focus, mostly leadership, and some of the challenges that they face daily. And she supports them in looking at the processes we use and the ways we approach things differently. Somehow we think we're going headstrong in one direction, and she says, well, what about this? And we're like, oh, we never thought of it that way. And typically that approach is a really good approach to work with the staff and from their perspective. So it's been great, and we're really appreciative that we get that opportunity.
We used to use Christy when it was major issues coming around, and then all of a sudden said, hey, we could do this just as
all the time.
And it's been awesome. It's been a great
Yeah,
experience.
if I have something major going on with someone and I'm just kind of not sure what to do, I can go to her and she gives a different perspective, as I mentioned with the other group, and we can just sort of work through the problem and come up with a really good solution that works for everybody.
That's great. Sure.
Sure. I'm just going to tie it back because the very first survey that we did was about manager effectiveness. And because you're only seeing the aggregate scores, that was one of the things that we noticed that we could do better on, which is when Brad decided to invest the money. I know you didn't talk about, but you increased the huddles that you do. You have a weekly newsletter or a legal memo, kind of a memo thing that you send out. But significant investment that you invested in across the board for leadership, not just the super managers, but the trainers and other people, which is why I think that we have scored so well now on manager effectiveness, like we get in the 90s, whereas before the aggregate score was low.
Yep.
And the comments seem to be that I don't always know what my manager is doing, whereas we don't get that anymore.
Right.
And some other things we do with communication. Cindy made me read Rockefeller Habits. And we were doing the weekly huddles. I don't believe in the dailies, but that's all debatable. It's your company culture. But we do weeklies, and then we took the weeklies. So we have the management meeting, my team, but now Christy meets with everyone from every department, and they do that meeting weekly as well. Again, it's just another way to get the communications. And I was shocked that communications was not really on our priority list, because
Yeah.
it's one of those things where everyone always complains about. It's like, well, I'm not sure what else we can do, but
Yeah.
I think we've done as much as we can now.
Well, and I think that from what I know, you guys have been really intentional, especially with that shift from the office to virtual. That's a big shift, right? And organizations potentially weren't ready for that. I mean, I don't know, were you ready for immediate at home?
Mike, were we?
We were getting there, and we got there fast.
Yeah, you guys got there fast, but you guys adapted, and I think communications, you were really intentional about communicating and building it so that it wouldn't drop. So, A, communication wasn't a problem, and B, it wasn't a communication problem in a virtual environment is really.
Mike had it set up really well. The Teams and Microsoft Teams stuff I didn't even know existed that we already had in place. It was fabulous afterwards. And Hui, who's here today, they were very supportive as well. So
Great. Okay, so now's your chance. So feel free to just pepper them with questions. And I'm going to make it available to those of you who are online as well. So I will open this up to the next question. So does anybody have any questions in the room, and we'll sling out the microphone. You can
I have a question. I'm really interested in the question development piece. Like, how did you develop the questions that you use? Do you tweak them? Are they some type of a standard? I'm really interested in that part.
that's a you question.
Go ahead, Brad.
I asked her.
So there's a million questions you can pick from. There's all these websites, you can look them up really easily. There's some standards. What you want to do is first you figure out your drivers. So what are the areas of opportunities or areas that you really want to focus on in your organization? Once you have your drivers, and then you can find questions that mean something to your organization. So, in the case of Alliance, Sharon and I worked really closely to figure out what would work in her environment, and then we figured that out. After we have all of these questions for the larger comprehensive survey, then we pull out what does engagement look like, and what 2 questions could we pull to do that. And so then we have that shorter score, and then we have the bigger score that we can look at and say, okay, for management effectiveness, the score is 87%, or whatever that may be. That's how we do it.
I think, Brad, you kind of dropped it on our PEG group very last minute there in our meeting, so we didn't ask a lot of questions, but everyone seemed engaged. So in order for us to really benchmark, would we use the same questions as you've developed?
So, kind of.
If we go off in our own direction with development, it's going to be
Right.
difficult to
Then
benchmark.
we would lose the benchmarking side
Yeah.
of things.
So-
And my survey may not be the best one for everyone, but
Absolutely.
that would be the.
Absolutely. So in your case, because they're doing so well in their drivers, they're almost ready to start saying, ooh, should we start looking at new drivers? So this is actually a really great time for Alliance to do that. What typically what happens in the industry is you come up with some core questions. So you're going to have questions that you're going to ask every single team, and then you can have your custom questions. So your custom questions will only be the information that your organization gets, and then everything else can then be benchmarked and statistically looked at, and it's really quite interesting to see.
So we could answer basically a set of questions like the ones we've done, and then add, if you see an area that you want, you can add that as well, and it just may not be benchmarked against everyone else.
Exactly. And if you take a look and on we're about to do the exercise soon after we have this question period. So on your table, there are some sheets flipped upside down. If you want, you can take a look at them. There's some engagement drivers there, and there are some sample questions to help you think about the activity. So these are some stereotypical questions that you could be asking. Anybody else have any questions for Brad? Oh, here, yes.
Just a couple questions. Sorry, a couple of questions concerning.
We got to use the mic for the online.
Boom.
Okay, so a couple of questions regarding correlations.
Right.
You had mentioned earlier about stress being an issue. Mm-hmm. Have you found through this a correlation between levels of stress and engagement? Because sometimes when people are engaged, they tend to work really hard, really long, very committed, and sometimes they don't even realize that they're in a red zone kind of thing. And the second part of the question is, with the 5 years difference, was there any change in retention rates?
Oh, great question.
I'll let you answer the retention rates first.
I have no idea, but we're going to find out.
One of
What do you guys?
One of the ways that we can segment their data is that we can see what the scores are. So we ask agents, how long have you been here? Have you been here between 1 and 5 years, 5 and 10 years, 5 and 15 years? So we can start to see what the trends are, because in a lot of organizations, you see between the first 5 years, there's a little bit of growing pains, and then the 5 to 10, maybe the honeymoon stage is over and they're used to things. So it's interesting to segment that data and to get that information. And then from there, maybe we can pull some more information.
I think,
I actually did look at the retention because I'm kind of a nerd, we all know that. And the retention is if we kept an employee for over a year, then the chances are they were going to stay with us. It was under a year. If they did make a year, they were not going to last with us. That's what we had found.
does my team have anything else they want to add? Yeah.
Is this thing on? Yes, it
Yep.
is. Okay, excellent. Yeah, so we do track turnover and retention. I've been with Alliance for the last 2 years, so I track this monthly, and we have information from 2021 as well as 2022, and we have seen great improvements. Currently, our retention rate is about 97%. So we're not doing too bad.
That's
I
high.
would say.
Yeah, that's great. That's very good.
That's all I've got.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'm not seeing very many online, so I'm guessing everybody is very satisfied. Over here.
Yeah, I have a question.
Hold on, Gary, so we can hear online.
Yeah. We're going to need 2 microphones. I can feel it.
I have a question about your retention rate, and I'm wondering whether or not you guys have broken it down between people who are remote and people who are in the office. Everyone's remote. Oh, everyone's remote.
Easy question. Oh. I think we might need 2.
So, have you guys analyzed any data that would tell you that people are more engaged because they get to work from home?
Yes, that was actually one of the questions. The standard questions about do you have everything you need to do your job was one of the questions, both technology and the way you were set up and things. And then those were the only questions. All the questions have stayed the same for the 5 years, except for when we had to move remote. We did change it for that, and then we last one about what do you think about hybrid? Do you want to come back to the office? So that there was a few questions that were changed because of that, but 47 of the questions stayed the same.
I will say as well, I do a number of check-ins with our new hires, and it's often a topic that comes up that people prefer working remotely, and that's a huge attraction for them and kind of keeps them wanting to stay with the company because of the conveniences associated with working remotely. So I would say it's really working in our favor for retention. Yeah.
I would also say that it's working, especially for your team, because you've created this culture, right? Before, the culture was about being in the building, being together and doing that. They've shifted the culture now to the people. So it takes some, it doesn't just happen, right? The magic wand doesn't just happen. You need to make that happen. And to answer your question about stress and burnout, yes, absolutely. Engaged employees are at risk of burning out because they just want to go, right? They're like your workhorses that they're pulling the team, they're pushing the team, they were doing all of that. So you need to manage that, right? You can't always, I'm one of those eager beavers in the office, I'll be honest. And I've had to learn to say, no, I can't put my hand up for everything. So sometimes it's if that's not an awareness, then you may have to say, I get that you can do this, but let's give somebody else a try. Like, let somebody else move. Any other questions? Okay, well, Brad got off easy. Woo. Thank you, Brad.
Thank you.
All right, So the exercise. So now the juices are flowing, the coffee's maybe kicking in a little bit. It's time to start doing a little bit of an exercise. Okay, so can everybody just grab a paper on the table, the package of 3. And Brad, I'm just gonna steal one from you as well, if I can. Thank you. I'm trying to hold my necklace so it doesn't swing and, okay. So I'm gonna give you guys the instructions and then you're going to do it. I got 2 here. There is enough copies at your table. I tried to make sure that there was going to be enough for at least 2 for everyone. 1 to do today, 1 to bring back to your team if you want to do it, or 1 to do today and you mess up and then you've got your other one. So you've got 2, okay? So I'll explain the 3 documents really quickly. So on the front, you're going to see these engagement drivers. Now again, these engagement drivers are the different categories of your engagement survey. So there's going to be a bunch of questions under these. What I did here, and it'll be a little bit different on my screen, what I did here is I gave you those sample questions just to start priming the pump. On the next page, you're going to see these circles, and I'm going to explain them in a moment, so let's just skip those. And we're going to get to the bullseye. Everybody have the bullseye? And for those of you who are online, if you want, you can do this as well. Just grab a piece of paper and a pen and just draw a bullseye. You're going to draw exactly what you see here without the pizza slices. So now what I'm going to ask each of you to do is you're going to pick at least 5. Now, I have 6, but I want you to pick at least 5. Please don't pick 10 to 20 categories. We only want, we need to make this a little bit more reasonable. And these are going to be your different engagement driver categories. So communications, work environment, management effectiveness, whatever it is. If you have a survey, you can put yours in. If you don't, or you don't remember them, don't worry about it. You've got a whole list of them here. So just divide up your bullseye and just pizza slice it, and then make each slice a different category. And when you're done doing that, I'll explain the next steps. And this is a solo exercise, unless you need help with drawing, and I can maybe do a stick figure for you. Okay, I'm going to give you 1 more minute to just figure out your categories. So quiet in here. I feel like I should have put in some music or something. Maybe that's something we can do next time. Okay, starting to see some heads up, some chatter, so I think we can move on to the next step. So the next step, what I'm going to get you to do is you're going to put a dot in each category. So on the inner circle, this is your opportunity zone. This is where maybe you have it, so let's say if it's in communication, well, I haven't done a lot of work in communication, it probably needs a little bit of a oomph, put a dot. If it's in the middle section, that's ordinary. You've put a little effort into it, it's running, no need to look at it, don't poke the bear, just leave it be. You put a dot on the center circle. And then on the outer circle, you are killing it. You're doing a great job. You've done a lot of work, right? In Alliance, they did a ton of work in management effectiveness. So put a dot on there if you're doing something that is really big, really exciting.
So each pie is 1
Each pie is one of the drivers, and you're going to put a dot in each of the drivers. So each slice of the pie is going to get a dot, and you can pick if it's an opportunity zone, if it's ordinary or extraordinary. Any questions? So I'm going to give you an example like this. This is what you're going to do at the end. So when you're all done putting your dots, you're just going to connect them just like this. Like my daughter says, it's a spider web, Mommy. Let's just spider web it. And take a minute to reflect. Does this look right? Would my team think the same thing as me? What do my employees think? Okay, so I'm seeing some heads up. Yeah. Okay, so just some quick thoughts from the room, from those of you who have finished. What do you think? What does this exercise do for you when you did the exercise for yourself? Any aha moments? Was anybody surprised with what they were doing? No?
Not really surprised, but lots of opportunity for improvement.
Okay, that's interesting. So that's great. That's a good place to start. So that is the perfect place to get to our next part. So now that you've done this solo activity, I'd like for you to take some time in your teams. Now we have, I think we're done at 9:15 today. 10:15, sorry, not 9:15. So we have some time. What I'd like for you to do is just share at your tables, what are you doing that's extraordinary? Is somebody doing something extraordinary? What is it? What was the problem and how did you fix it? And then brainstorm your opportunities. If there's something that's in that opportunity zone, think about it at the table. What could you do? Without giving out your special secret sauce of the victory of your organization, what could you do to make that problem go away or at least make it better? And then I want you to choose a volunteer, right? The Hunger Games volunteer. So I want you to pick somebody who's going to report out. And I'm going to ask that person one of these 3 questions. Okay, so what's something you're doing really well and what's something from your opportunity zone? Or what surprised you? But I think we're good for that. Okay, so I'm going to give you guys, let's go with 10 minutes. Does that sound fair? So I'll leave it here for you guys. And I'm just going to walk around and I'll take a look at what you guys are doing and we'll talk. Oh, I should get some water first. Okay, everyone, so I'm just going to ask you to just pull it together. Have you chosen your volunteer, or have you voluntold somebody at your table? Does everybody feel like they needed to talk about this a lot more? Yes, yeah, I'm not surprised. I could be talking about this for a really long time. You just got started. Oh, well, I'll have to come back next year and do it again. Okay, so there were some really good conversations happening, and I didn't get to every table, but I did get to come to some. So does anybody just want to share, like, what's something that somebody is doing really well? And if you can put your hand up, or I can pick. Okay, I'm picking. Oh, okay, over here.
Hi. So one of the things that I feel like our organization does really well is providing the equipment and the environment for our staff. We're hybrid, so we have some agents, and we have 3 physical locations. We provide equipment to every one of our remotes from top to bottom, like
That's awesome.
PCs, headsets, keyboards, and we provide new equipment. And most of our remotes started out as in-house agents.
Right.
So it was an investment we were willing to take, but it also provided us with an opportunity to, if there's any issues, we don't really have difficulty troubleshooting it because we're all using the exact same equipment.
Right.
And we always know that their equipment is not the issue if there's going to be a problem at their shift.
That's great.
So that's allowed us to make sure that they never have an issue with that. And we replace it quickly. Like if they have a headset issue, we try to give them spares of headsets and keyboards of equipment that could go wrong immediately.
Yep.
But if not, just order one up on Amazon and we'll reimburse, or we'll send you one out real quick.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. That's so important, having that equipment, right? Because you normally see that in an engagement survey. Do you have the equipment or the resources you need to do your job? If you don't, how are you going to get your job done? Is it possible to be an agent and not have a headset in an office? Probably not. No, exactly. So you need to have those things. And one of the things that we were talking about, I did get to this table, is I know at my work, what they did before COVID, they had vending machines. And so we could come up, and if we forgot our power cable, which I do on the regular, I can go up and I can badge it, and then it knows who I am, and it can just say, okay, Jen's taken this, and then I can go and I can return it to the IT desk, and they'll put it back in later. If I don't return it, then I get charged for it. So there's a ton of options, right? Having the system that you have, I think that's great. Thank you. Okay, we have a couple more minutes. Does anybody want to talk about an area of opportunity zones? Was there a lot of opportunity zones? Okay, over here.
Actually, we had one in common. All of us kind of agreed. The work-life balance is a really tough challenge,
Yes.
especially since remotely as well. But given that the kind of work that we do in shift work, and the fact that we can't control everything that people do on their own, and also going back to the question that I had before in terms of the correlation between stress and people who are engaged.
Yes.
That's an issue because while you're at work, of course you're engaged, but engaged people tend to blur that boundary, between the work and their own time. And it's up to both, I think, us and the company to help them establish those boundaries, because that's just good mental health, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, and we tend to sacrifice our own health because we are so invested in the company. We feel such a part of the company. But I would say the work-life balance on all levels is a challenge that we really have to work on more.
Yeah, that's a great point. I know I feel it. I've been working from home for years, and my commute is the bedroom to the kitchen when my family comes home. Like, Mommy, snack, when's dinner ready? So I have 10 stairs. That's not enough of a shift, right? I need to get away from everybody for a minute and just do that. I don't. I stopped taking the bus very early, unfortunately. I know it's this great system. Oh, well, I should. I may just drive around just as a bit of a commute. Okay, any other questions or any aha moments, anything that you just said, wow, like I don't look at it from this top-down view? Anything surprising? Sure.
Not necessarily surprising, but what we found was that,
Just for people online.
sorry. Yes, what we found is that, you know, in some cases, and I guess it would be related to communications, where we put forth a new policy and it didn't necessarily, it wasn't necessarily fulfilled because it kind of fell through the cracks with, you know, the particulars of who's driving it and whether or not it actually came to light. So we've realized that maybe we need to work more on our communications in that sense.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. That's so interesting. I know a lot of the tables talked about communications, and some people said, I have some things that I want to do. Like, there's a lot of opportunity zones, and that's a good thing, right? If you've mastered something, if you finished a game, like if you finished Mario, we're a big Mario Brothers family. If you finished the Mario Brothers game, do you keep playing it over and over again? Yes, if you're me, but most people want to move on to the next game, right? You want to get to that next level. So it's okay to start shifting your focus. So I'm about to get hooked off stage. So before I do that, how many of you go to a conference and you learn something new, or you have that aha moment, or there's something that somebody said, and you get back to work the next week and you think, oh crap, I cannot remember what that is? I'm the only one, really? Okay, thank you. So take a minute, write something down. I don't care what it is. It could be, I want to learn a little bit more about engagement survey. It could be, I'm going to do this activity with my team because I wonder if they would say the same thing. It could be, I heard something really interesting here where they were talking that total value compensation. Whatever it is, write something down because there's a better likelihood that you're going to do it when you leave. Okay? I'm not seeing a ton of writing. Watch you. All right. I don't think we have a ton of time for questions. I think I'm going to get pulled off. I am still going to be here. You absolutely know who Brad is, and my mother. You know who she is too. We look very similar. You're welcome to reach me through any of them if you can't find me today, and or Linda. Thank you so much. It's been a great pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you.
Jen, thank you so much.
Oh.
The gift for you.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
Very sweet.
Okay, John, I would like to call you up and have you tell us all about yourself. Okay, then start.
I'm John Carey. I work with StarTel. Been working with StarTel almost 40 years now. And I haven't been to CAMEX in a while. I have a very fond relationship with the ATSI group and of course my user group. But I've been reinvigorated with this group here because it just amazes me, and it must be this industry, that you guys work so well together and you share your ideas and you help build each other up. I'm so glad to be here with you and share some of our ideas and our technology. I just want to, I know this isn't supposed to be sales related, so I'm just going to mention a couple things about the last couple years. Again, I haven't been to CAMEX in a while, and I know it's been a couple years since you guys have been together at all. I know you were virtual, but you're probably used to seeing Bobby up here. He's in sales. I'm not, so I'm not as smooth talking as he is, but I just want to mention the development that's going on at StarTel. We are really moving forward with several new technologies. I wish I could unveil some of them here, but I can't. But I just want to talk about what we do have. We're on our second generation of our soft switch, which is really become what we believe the stellar product under our hood. As far as the VoIP communication and whatnot, and the reliability of our switch has become, I believe, second to none. And of course, I know you're all interested in reliability. On the data side, our CMC, our flagship CMC product, we've gone, since the last CAMEX you got together, we've gone through 2 major version upgrades. And what is most important to me is our development team, and when I say our development team, we have developers in-house. We have guys that actually write code. They don't go to libraries or buy software libraries and put things together. We got guys that write code directly to our users' requests. So as I was saying, for the last 2 years, we've had 2 major upgrades, and what we're doing is listening to our customers. I would say 75% of our development is directly related to what our users have fed back to us. This is what we need to move forward. So we are very customer-centric. We are very committed to this industry. And we hope to continue to be one of the leaders in providing equipment and services to you guys. Again, I appreciate being here and seeing some of you, some old friends haven't seen in a while, but the warmth I've felt from people I haven't met before has really been spectacular. I love working in this industry. We've also developed a flexible agent interface. I know most of you, the agent is the most important thing in our world right now. I'm sure it is to you. So we are doing everything we can to listen to what the agent's needs are right now. We believe we have everything under the hood as far as the technologies, that we're going to have all the things to do all the whiz-bang. All my competitors here are very worthy competitors. We're all doing very similar things, sometimes different ways, but we have to focus on making the agents more proficient. So what we're doing, we developed a Flex AI, which allows us to work in the future with multiple screens and docking capabilities, and being able to, agents to be able to move the screens for whatever their needs are, and be able to have them come up in a consistent manner that works for them and make their job easier. So we're very proud of that. We've developed an API now that we're able to talk to almost anything. I forget what the number is. It seems incredible to me, but they said we can talk to 2,000 things through some of our API integrations already. 2,000 different databases, CRMs, so forth and so on. So we're really proud of that. We're able to pull things from that interface to right directly into people's databases. We're able to mine data from it. We're working very directly with a lot of your other vendors here as far as PeoplePraise and Pulsar. We love the relationships we're building with these guys. We're working not as competitors but as allies to try and make your businesses better. Now, saying that all about our equipment, obviously the big trend now is cloud. We, of course, started out 40 years ago, everything was premise-based, right? But we're moving forward. We got premise-based systems. Some people still believe in it. We have a cloud. I'm easing up on 500 users in our Freedom 2 cloud system. We are working with several of our customers in private cloud situations. They either have their cloud, or they're in Azure, or they're in some of the second-tier service providers. And we are happy to announce that we're able to create a very workable and efficient environment in those environments. So I'd love to talk to you about, they only give me a couple of minutes here, but I'd love to talk to you about things. Probably the most important thing to me, though, is, again, the relationships we're developing. And I put a little sticker in your bags here, and it's a little cheesy. I'm listening, really I am. And I want you to take that to heart, because we are. Whether you're a customer of ours or a user of other equipment, we want to hear what you need. What is it you're looking for? What maybe we're missing? And we're going to take that to heart, and we're going to hopefully build your answer, build your solutions. Just real quick, I want to touch on some major changes that happened in our marketing department. We got a whole new young marketing department, a bunch of young go-getters. Developed a new website. If you haven't seen the StarTel website, come on, check it out. We're doing things in there like we're bringing branded marketing materials for our customers to use. We're doing things like training, webinars, blogs on industry-specific topics. Oh, she's got me. I guess I gotta go. But anybody wants to talk a little further, I'll be in the back corner. They put me in the corner for whatever reason, but if you want to talk more about what I have to offer, again, I thank you for allowing me to be here and share this time with you. You guys have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, John.
Okay, I've just got to switch a little PowerPoint presentation. And how come this mouse isn't working? Diego?
It's okay.
You know
I
what?
don't need it. I don't
sure?
need the PowerPoint yet. We're good. I'm going to keep it simple
Okay.
and go fast.
This is Alec from Call Shaper, and he's a first-time vendor with us. So big thank you for coming.
Good morning. How is everybody? God, I know that it's, I'm a little bit of a loud talker. I don't know where that came from, but anyway, my name's Alec Thompson. I'm with the Director of Sales at Call Shaper, and we're really excited to be here at CAMEX because we are trying to actually create a new software for the answering service marketplace and industry. And my goal being here is to learn from you all so that as we start developing our product, well, continue developing it, we are making it be a product that will make sense for you, but more importantly, help you be efficient, make more money, and keep your people happy. Because, you know, nobody likes a complicated computer platform or software platform. So I'm here. I'm going to be back at my booth. So swing by, chat with me. If you're considering or interested in perhaps being a beta tester of our product, we would enjoy that very much. Our developers would come out and help your folks get set up with it. It's not going to cost you a thing, just some time. But that's really what we're looking for, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be here and meet you all, and enjoy having the opportunity to see you guys swing by my little booth. So thank you very much.
And our last vendor spotlight is going to dedicated people, and we have Michelle.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Michelle. I'm here with Jason, Andrea, and Alex. We're very excited to be here. A little bit cold, but excited in beautiful Kingston to talk to you guys about dedicated people. We provide staffing for answering services across the U.S. and Canada. We're 100% dedicated to the answering service industry. When you hire through us, you get more than an agent answering your phones. You get a whole team of supervisors, trainers, and coaches to help your team succeed as well. So if you guys would like to have any conversations with us, we're very excited to partner with you. You can visit us at our booth, take home some Cajun seasoning, and we look forward to hearing from you guys.
Very much. I wanted to do a little bit of housekeeping. So tonight we have a gala, and it says show up at 6. Now, if you show up at 6, you may be waving goodbye to the boat. That means you don't get fed and you miss a really fun time. So if everyone could try to be there 5:30. 5:30 is boarding. Make sure everyone knows this because we don't want to wave goodbye to some of our friends. Oh, okay. So the boat, when you leave the side door where we walk towards the Tiernanog, you walk towards the water to the right by the Holiday Inn. If you head for the Holiday Inn, you'll find the boat. Us Alliance folks will be down there and we'll help guide you. It's the Island Star, yeah. It's a glass boat, glass rooftop, but again, do not show up at 6. Oh, and we have a half-hour coffee break. Everyone having fun? Woo! Okay.
If I get your attention, we're going to get things started. I don't know how many of you have ever lived the expression, no good deed goes unpunished, but we had a little mix-up with today's session, just in regards to the book signing. Unfortunately, with everybody shipping everything that they do, the publisher actually sent some books out to us, but they sent out the wrong books to us. Yeah.
But they're on their way.
Yes, but, sorry? So, but they are on their way. They assure us that they're going to be delivered today. And there was a little bit of mass panic in my heart this morning when Linda broke me the news, but after speaking with Margaret, she has graciously agreed to stay later today so that we'll hopefully be able to have the signed books to be able to distribute to everybody tonight at the gala. So Earl and I had the great honor of meeting through a mutual friend, Margaret, about 12 years ago. And we instantly bonded that evening over something called the Art for Healing Foundation, which I think most of you are aware of as a foundation that Earl and I operate and run and have actually for 20 years. We're celebrating 20 years this year. And it was, thank you. With the time that Margaret has, through her own experience, spent in hospital, it was something that resonated very deeply. And she invited us for dinner to her home. Margaret is a Montrealer as well as us now. And at the end of dinner, reached out and said to us, I just want to be part of this. I want to do whatever it is that I can, and has been our honorary spokesman for the last 12 years. So in 2019, I-24 was trying to figure out how we were going to celebrate our 50th anniversary, which was in 2020. And we came up with the theme of giving back. That was what we wanted all of the events to be in over the course of the year. And we had an event planned for every month of the 12 months. And then, of course, COVID came along, and that was the end of that one. So this organization is one that has given me, has given my staff, has given my family so much that has made our business more successful. And I think probably everybody who would be standing up here right now and is a longtime member of CAMEX would be saying exactly the same thing. So the theme was about giving back. And we wanted to give back to the organization. Margaret is an incredible woman. She hardly needs any introduction whatsoever. And it is my great honor on behalf of I-24 to make this possible for all of us. So on behalf of I-24 Call Management Solutions, I'm proud to be introducing you to someone who needs no introduction. She's been on so many Chatelaine magazine covers, she should have been featured in Katie Lang's Miss Chatelaine music video. But that was then, and this is now. The 2022 version of Margaret Trudeau reveals a woman who was thrust on the public stage before she had completed her own script. Her experience with mental health was played out before a live audience for many episodes. Her life was a roller coaster of ups and downs until the dual loss of her son, Michel, in 1998, and her ex-husband and friend, Pierre Trudeau, in 2000, sent her into a mental breakdown. In 2001, she sought treatment at the Royal Ottawa Hospital, where she finally received a formal diagnosis of bipolar disorder, along with proper medication and therapy. In her words, I didn't get fixed until I got broken, and that was when I was 50. She wrote about her experience in her best-selling memoir, Changing My Mind. She continues to be an internationally sought-after speaker and advocate for mental health. The pandemic has exacerbated the problem as a result of isolation, unexpected changes to routine. Symptoms that may have been repressed before the pandemic boiled over. We can see this evidenced in many of our families, our friends, and our employees. Margaret is someone I have admired for a long time from afar, and more recently from Anir, as we live a mere few blocks from each other. As someone who values authenticity above all virtues, I am thrilled and humbled to present the indomitable Margaret Trudeau.
Gary, what an introduction. Thank you so much. First of all, wonderful, wonderful to be here. Thank you, CAMEX, for inviting me to be your speaker. I have quite a story to tell, and for many times during my life, the word role model came up, but I have to tell you that my story is more of a dire warning than being a role model. I've gone through quite a bit. Let's start way back when I was 18. My father took 3 of my sisters and my mom and I to Tahiti, to Club Med. It was a new concept, 1968, new concept in travel. And I was one day sitting out in the most beautiful lagoon ever. Tahiti, French Polynesia, is beautiful. Waiting my turn to water ski, because I had a crush on the water ski instructor already. I was 18, and I was sitting on this raft waiting my turn, and this old guy who was sitting next to me started grilling me, it seemed to me, asking me everything. I think his first question, once he learned that I was studying at university, was, had I read Plato? And so we started with Plato and kept talking. And I finally swam into the shore, and my mother, who'd been watching me like a hawk, as always, she said, "Margaret, you know who that was you were talking to?" And I said, "Well, he's from Montreal. He doesn't have an accent. His name's Pierre." She said, "Margaret, that's Pierre Elliott Trudeau, the black sheep of the Liberal Party." I groaned. My father had been a Liberal politician. So as a teenager, and I was still a teenager, it didn't impress me much. However, Pierre was the same age as my mom, and my dad had been a Liberal politician for 18 years. So they got along very well, and I'd skip in and out in my little bikini and pareo and say hi, and off they'd go and do things together. And one of the last days of the holiday, as the story goes, with the long tables that they have at Club Med, my noisy family was at one end, Pierre and his 2 colleagues were at the other end, and he turned to them and said, "If ever I marry, she's the one." So I got picked, and I didn't even know. Pierre was a gentleman, and he waited until I'd grown up a little bit more. So I finished university and headed off for my gap year adventure, which took me to Morocco, which had its own problems. I was a hippie. I just loved being a hippie. It was in the late 60s, and we all were hippies. Save the whales and ban the nukes, or not nuke the whales, save the whales, and no nuclear, on and on. But and flowers in my hair, and love in my heart, and Morocco was an experience, but it also was the beginning of what I did not know I suffered from, was my bipolar, which usually shows up in a person between 18 and 22, usually closer to your early 20s. You'll really have the full effect of your bipolar condition, but it was just tickling at me then, and I was a risk taker and adventurous and full of myself, and also very lonely from my family and sad some of the time. But one of the problems that I had in Morocco, to be honest with you now, was that they smoked something that wasn't our marijuana at all, and I found it very, very devastating, very hard, and there was a lot of good people there, but there were also some pretty bad ones too. So I learned a bit about the world in that time. And when I came home, my parents didn't know what had happened to me, and very soon I was banned up to my grandma's up the Sunshine Coast for grandma to put some sense back into me, because I'd kind of lost my way. I didn't know where I was going, what I was going to do. And one day the phone rang, and it was my mom saying, an old friend of yours wants to call you and ask you out for a date. And I sort of said, oh, Mother, I don't date. Well, it's Pierre Trudeau, the Prime Minister. Oh. So I went down from my grandma's, and at the time I had like long skirts with mirrors on them and a million bangles and hair out to here and a real hippie look. And my mom took me to a little French store in Vancouver, got the perfect little dress, and my hair was put up into a beehive, and my mom put on her earrings on me. So when I opened the door to Pierre, he was in absolute shock, because the last time he'd seen me, I was in a bikini. And suddenly I'm here, and he thought I looked a bit like a Barbie. I was all dressed up. We had our first date up at the top of Grouse Mountain, and we knew almost right away that there was something between us that was quite wonderful. He was a wonderful man. We dated for about 3 years before we married. I was 23. Just so excited by my new life, by everything. I took it on. It was wonderful. Had Justin in the first year, and he was a golden, of course, beautiful child, just a delight, delight, delight. And then I had my second baby. Justin was a Christmas baby. And then my second baby, who was supposed to be a New Year's baby, he came along on Christmas Day as well. But about a month after his birth, I no longer wanted to get out of bed. I no longer wanted to play with my 2-year-old. I didn't want to do any of my nice lunches with the ladies that I was always having to do. Pierre would have Henry Kissinger at his table, and I'd be over at a guest house with Nancy Kissinger at my table. It was fun. It was interesting. It was alive. It was a very good time in my life when I was part of it. But I suddenly didn't want to be part of it anymore, and Pierre and I had no idea why. I mean, I had healthy babies. I was living in a beautiful home with my husband who I loved so much. Life was good. But I just wanted to pull the cover over my head and just weep. Finally, Pierre said, Margaret, this isn't right. We're going to have to take you to a doctor. So we went to a psychiatrist. Now, this is 1974. The only person I knew who would ever go to a psychiatrist was Woody Allen. I mean, nobody went and saw a psychiatrist. Anyway, we went. For the first 10 minutes, the psychiatrist was so pleased to have the Prime Minister in his office that he took the time to tell Pierre what his plan would be for remunerating doctors, etc. And then he turned to me and he said, I hear you're having a rough time. Mm-hmm. And he sort of turned to Pierre and he said, Pierre, pay more attention to Margaret. He said, you're suffering baby blues. Okay. No diagnosis, no medication, nothing. So I went home and just continued being incredibly sad and disconnected, and I'd never felt that way in my life. I'd never felt that way. What I was experiencing was my first episode with depression. Now, depression is not sadness and sorrow. We all are going to have sadness and sorrow in our life. It's part of the human condition. A depression is not part of the human condition. Depression is an illness. It's a mental illness. And depression is when you lose the ability in your brain, because you've lost the most important chemical that we have in our brain, called serotonin. It's a hormone. What happens is serotonin comes from our digestive tract, and we get more, it's replenished when we have fun. It's replenished when we go out dancing. It's replenished when we hug our children. It's replenished when we eat good food. All the superfoods are high in serotonin. In fact, the food that's the highest in serotonin that gets right to your brain immediately, of course, is fresh oysters. And so we used to think they were an aphrodisiac, but in fact, they're part of the feel-good hormone, which is serotonin. What they discovered about 50 years ago when they were looking at people who were in catatonic states of depression, resistant to any kind of treatment, even electric treatment would not work. So they did a spinal tap and discovered that there was no serotonin in their body. It was depleted. Serotonin, when it goes from your stomach up into your brain, it turns into a jelly-like substance that coats the whole brain, and it's the conducting material between neurons. So if you're looking up at a beautiful sunset, in a nanosecond, the image of the sunset will come in through your eyes, and it will hit a neuron, but it has to go through the serotonin and find another neuron. No problem. There's 1 trillion in our brains, neurons, and it's called neurotransmission. And what happens? You see the sunset, nothing's happening yet until it goes over through and clicks with another neuron, and then there's a click, and it's, oh, what a beautiful sunset. But if you don't have that serotonin in your brain, if you're depleted from the serotonin, and I'll tell you why you get depleted from serotonin in a minute. What happens is that nothing happens. You don't feel anything. And so if you've ever been with a person who is depressed, and it is the most beautiful day out, and you go over thinking, I'm going to help my friend. Let's go it's a gorgeous day. Let's go for a walk. And she may look back at you with this blank look and like, well, so what? So what if it's a beautiful day? She doesn't feel the beautiful day. She doesn't sense it. She doesn't have it because there's no clicks happening in her brain to complete the thought, to complete the process of feeling emotion, of feeling joy, of feeling happiness. So once they discovered this, then one of the great inventions in the psychiatric world, of course, came on board, which was antidepressants. And what antidepressants do is they artificially stimulate the production of serotonin and return it to your brain. And so then you can start feeling again. Usually that's not the end, because just feeling again after you've not felt for quite a while, and maybe you've lost your friends and your job and your life, you sometimes have to put it all back together again. What happened to me was that I had, like so many young women, so many young mothers, I had fallen into what's called postpartum depression. And it happens to young mums. We don't know why it happens sometimes. And depression is a misnomer because it may be psychosis. There's been cases where young mums have, we had one in Ottawa, the young mum just jumped from a parking tower with her baby on her in the first months of his life because of this extraordinary, unusual, unexpected depression she was suffering, where I just can't overestimate how it feels to feel nothing, just nothing. It's not an emotion, it's not sadness, it's not sorrow. It's just you're just not interested in life. There's nothing that catches you, there's nothing that you want to do. And so slowly what happens with depression when you start in it and it grabs you is you start pulling away. You stop seeing your friends. You start refusing invitations. Certainly that's what I did. I changed my whole schedule. I didn't have to go to lunches. I didn't have to do anything. I just wanted to stay in bed, but that is not healthy. And so at that point, one must accept treatment. But what happens to some women is not knowing that what this was depression, not understanding that this is an illness that has overtaken them and that there is treatment. They just think, oh, so this is the way life is once you become a mother. So this is it. And they keep through their lives with this depression. One of the absolute experts on pregnancy and depression is a doctor, Misery, her name is, from the Women's Hospital in Vancouver. And she's written books on pregnancy and depression. And she says if you don't take care of that first depression, the first one you have, if you don't get treatment for it and get that neural pathway closed to depression, you are going to relapse again and again and again throughout your life. So what did I know? What did Pierre know? We knew nothing. We just knew that spring came, and I do suffer as well, apparently, sad, seasonal affective disorder. Who doesn't? Who likes bleak winter when there could be spring? And so spring came, and we're outside playing, and my depression lifts, and it's just wonderful. And Pierre asks me if I will please accompany him on the election trail. He's going to have a big election in 1974 in the summer. And I'm just feeling great. I'm out of my depression. I feel so good. I say, sure. And I'm still nursing my wee one. But on the first stop in Vancouver, I realized that I can't have Sash with us during the campaign because there is still smokers, like a lot of smokers on the plane, because most of the plane was the press in the back, and then we're in the front with a little just a curtain between us, and the air was blue, and my little tiny baby's nostrils, I'm trying to, so I leave him with my mom, and so I weaned him very, very quickly, so this is part of the story as well, because that was very upsetting to the balance of myself, and I didn't give much thought to it because we were very busy on the election trail. And I got lots and lots of compliments from women because even though I just had a baby, I was skinny. I had no baby weight. I was just flying. I had all this energy, and we won. Halfway through the election, we were in Humboldt, Saskatchewan. Pierre plodded up to the stage, and it was a big family gathering outside. It was really quite lovely, picnics and whatnot. And his chief of writer handed him this huge, big, heavy script. And we're walking across, and I said, oh, Pierre, you're not going to read that to them, are you? And he said, well, yes, it's the wheat policy. And I said, oh, they're going to be so bored, Pierre, don't read it. And so he gets up onto stage, and he's got his glasses on, and he starts reading in a really slow monotone, this tome that he has. And I also said to him, just give it to the press. You don't have to use the audience to pass it on. Give it to them. Say, this is our plank of our platform or whatever on the wheat. So Pierre, he read it really, really slowly, monotonously, and he said, oh, you know what, Margaret's right. I am boring you. I'm not spontaneous. I haven't got anything I can say to you unscripted, but I'm sure Margaret does. so okay. So I started my public speaking, and I spoke a lot. I just had a ball, but I wasn't eating, and of course we weren't sleeping much in time zones and everything. Everything that I was doing was just fueling what was really happening to me, is because, which I did not know, but as night follows day, once you've been in depression, you are going to have mania if you're bipolar like I am. The first stop out of the depression is this wonderful state called hypomania. Yay! You are in charge. You're not moving too quickly. Everything's getting done. You're out of your depression. You're back in your family. You're back on the floor playing with the children. Everything is just, and you've got energy. It's wonderful. This hypomania doesn't last long before it starts accelerating up into actual mania. And so during the election campaign, because I wasn't sleeping and I wasn't eating well, and I had physically changed myself because I stopped nursing my baby so quickly, I went into this wild mania. It didn't really get effective until after the election was over, when I was supposed to stop and slow down, and I was still running. And Pierre, we were up at Harrington Lake, and Pierre said to me, oh, Margaret, you must want a day off. He said, why don't you take the driver and go down to Montreal and buy yourself something pretty? And he gave me a blue Eaton card that had been sent to him in the mail, a charge card. And he said, here, you can take this and buy yourself something pretty. So I was in the throes of mania, so I went to Montreal and I ditched my driver and I took the credit card and I bought some luggage and some clothes. And I did have an Air Canada pass because I was the wife of the Prime Minister, so I got on a plane to Paris. I didn't have a passport, but those were the days when the pilot sent ahead, and there was just a small delegation to Madame Trudeau, bienvenue en France. Oh, merci. And I didn't have to have a passport there. But why I had left was I had in my mind that I had to walk around the island of Crete. I'd never been to Crete. I guess I knew it from history, from reading. But I had to go to Crete, and I had to walk around Crete. So I got to Paris, and I knew I had to get a passport. So in a few days, I went to the council and started to get a passport. That's how Pierre Trudeau found out where I was. We didn't have phones or anything. I didn't bother. I hadn't told him anything. I just disappeared. And then he knew I was in Paris, but I did get into Greece, and I did walk around Crete. What was I thinking? What was I doing? Well, as I said, I had gone into my first episode of clinical mania. Now, mania, it's a yin-yang. I told you that depression is caused by a depletion of this wonderful hormone serotonin, which comes from living well. When you stop living well, when you stop sleeping properly, when you stop eating properly, and when your thoughts are all negative and depressed thoughts, you lose your serotonin. You don't get it. It isn't replenished. But the opposite happens with mania. Mania, we have this hormone in our brain called dopamine, if we could bottle it. It is in charge of all our creativity, our spirituality, our great thoughts of genius. All that's awe-inspiring and beautiful in our life comes from dopamine. And dopamine hits, in your brain, there's the cortex where logic is, and underneath it is where rapid firing happens in your brain, and where the dopamine lives. And all of you will have a good amount of dopamine, being normal, healthy people. From time to time, if you have a hobby, if you have a passion, maybe you paint, maybe you would, you just get this extra energy and you just can do it and you don't want to stop and you're creative. And that's a dopamine that's kicked in. For some reason, it's giving you this extra energy for your creativity. But what happens to someone in mania is that the brain is flooded with dopamine, way too much dopamine, the opposite of the serotonin, where there's too little. And so what happens is your brain gets racing. So 1 minute, if I had a pen, I would paint that. And then the next minute, listen to that and look at this. And you're going. You're absolutely running on empty, because there's no real fuel for your thoughts, because you never stop. You don't go in and connect them with your life. It's just one thought after the other. And the thoughts can be pretty crazy, and your judgment can be really wrong. Like my running away from my life, from my babies, from my husband, to walk around Crete, because mania is very busy. It's not a peaceful time at all. It's highly energized. You don't sleep. You can hardly eat. You're just so wound up and really making bad judgment calls too. But you don't know it. You think you're just blessed. You're creative. You're plugged into a huge socket, woo, on fire. And everyone around you is, oh no. But I went to walk around Crete. I was in survival mode. Another part of me was in survival mode. And I wanted to slow down. I wanted no stimuli. I'd been just through an election campaign with so much stimulation. I wanted none. I wanted no responsibilities. I just wanted to walk. And it didn't help. It didn't help. Of course it didn't help. But I thought it would help. But I got home and via New York and a messy little happy thing with Teddy Kennedy, which I won't go into here. But it was a mistake. Bad judgment on my part. Oh, he was so cute. Pierre put me into hospital when I got home. He had me go down to the Royal Vic in Montreal. First of all, I went with a girlfriend and we had a lovely lunch at the Maritime Oyster Bar first. That was nice. And then I went up and checked into the hospital. And I found myself not in a psychiatric ward as I thought I would be. No, I was in this beautiful executive suite with an office and all hooked up with a telephone and everything. And it was really for men with problems down here of one sort or another. That was the ward I was in. There weren't other women, there was men, and I said, well, if you think I'm crazy, put me with the crazies. There was some instinct in me that said, like, what are we hiding for? Why am I hiding? Well, I'm so naive, and my mind is not like others, I guess, because I never thought that being mentally ill was something that Pierre was going to be very embarrassed about, and people would be embarrassed about, and they would want to hide the fact that I was suffering from a mental illness. I didn't even think of it that way, but I found, yes, that was the truth. But the doctor that I had, he gave me a drug that they don't use anymore. At this time, but this is 50 years, so they didn't use it then. They stopped using it for years. Because when Pierre came to visit me the next day, he'd come in with the children. I had to keep pushing my tongue back into my mouth because I was so dopey. And Pierre just looked at me and said, woo! And he let me come home with him and the boys on the helicopter because he said, this isn't right, Margaret. What have they done to you? And that was the beginning of my understanding what they can do to you if you are mentally ill and you don't have any say in it, the kind of drugs that they can give you so that you are in place. So what if in place is on a couch in front of a TV 12 hours a day because you have no energy, and that you only are interested in eating fattening foods and comfort foods, so you get overweight and you stop being because the drugs were so strong. So I went through, I got a diagnosis, Gary, my diagnosis didn't come later, it came early. Pierre called him the head of the Liberal Party in Ontario, Dr. Stephen Smith, because he was a psychiatrist, and I sat in the backyard of one of the his cabinet members, and Stephen talked to me and then told me that I was a manic depressive or bipolar. I didn't have Google. I couldn't go and see what that meant. I really didn't understand it very much. But that I would have to do this and I would have to do that and have this kind of drugs and do this. And so I sort of followed a plan, but it didn't work. The drugs I took didn't suit me. They made me, so I couldn't be a mom. I couldn't be myself. They were too strong. There was no personalized medication. Everybody got sort of the same dose. And I wasn't happy. I went to doctors. I told them my stories. I had ups and downs. And I sort of played with the system because there was part of me that was very resistant. I did not want to be labeled as mentally ill. I did not want to accept that I was bipolar. And I thought I was intelligent enough that I could hide it, or if there was something to hide, and I could get through it on my own, and I could fix myself. I'd eat well, and I'd have a good attitude, and I'd be kind, and blah. Of course, no. So when I was 50, I had my second marriage. I had to leave Pierre, of course. He was 29 years older than me, and he was more suited, as he said in one of his memoirs, he wasn't suited to be a husband. He was more suited to be a 14-hour-a-day working prime minister. I thought he could have been a priest as well. He was very religious, very beautiful man, very well educated, and just had nothing but, I was just a mess, or not. I was the best, or the worst. So it was a conundrum. He called me his conundrum, and I just thought the grass was greener on the other side. So I left and went down to New York and studied acting and had my wild times, and came home and settled down and had the boys 3 blocks away from Pierre. I had them for a week, he had them for a week. The boys and I called his house the big house. Yeah, guys, you have to get ready to go back up to the big house. Lots of rules up there. No, but it worked. But I was still playing with my mental ill. I was happy. I had a good life. I have beautiful children. I didn't have much depression anymore from time to time, but I was handling everything. And then one Friday the 13th in November, we got the news that our boy Michel had drowned in a glacial lake up in the Kokanee Mountains, and There's nothing to say, nothing. You lose a child, your world is forever altered. He was my treasure, my gift, Michi Bear. And I couldn't breathe. I couldn't function. I didn't know how to go on, live. Why was anybody even living? Why was anybody walking? Why was anybody doing anything? Because I felt like the world was over. It certainly was for me. And so I pushed everyone away. I went into big depression, and I pushed everyone away and out of my home. And I had 2 children left, and they both went with their father. And oh boy, I bought a lot of marijuana, and I drank scotch, but never until after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, because I was not an alcoholic. I just wanted to disappear. I just wanted not to be. I just didn't want anything. I didn't have anything. I didn't want anything. My depression was so deep. I was so broken. And finally, one of my boys saved me and got me in an intervention into the hospital. Finally, it was with the police on a gurney, like so many wretched souls end up in the psych ward, brought in by the police. Me too, resistant. I wouldn't sleep on the bed that they offered me in the hospital. I slept on the floor with my clothes and my coat on until the meds kicked in, until I met my doctor. And he explained to me what was happening to me, that I was in a completely, we would have called me insane if we still used that word. We call it psychotic now. I had no more connecting any dots. There was no more understanding of reality, why I would eat, why I would sleep, why I would comb my hair, why I would talk, why I would do anything that my mind had broken. And he told me it was going to be quite a job to get me back to health, and he couldn't do it for me, that I had to do it. I had to want to live, I had to ask for treatment, and I had to be compliant. Me? I had to take all these drugs, and at the beginning, to get someone out of the mania that I was in rapid cycling between mania and depression, in absolute crisis mentally. And so very, very strong drugs to bring me down, and other ones to try and lift me up. And I was about 3 months in the hospital, and each day it got a little easier, a little tiny bit, a little bit more, okay, until I'm like everyone else, making collages out of magazines and thinking I'm brilliant. Glue and scissors at the beginning. And then I got out, and my doctor said, now we've done the pharmaceutical part of getting your mind balanced. You now have a balanced mind. Your chemicals in your brain are balanced. You're no longer depressed. You're no longer manic, but you're still very sick. So now we start the most important part. And it was 3 years it took, because I was apparently a very hard nut to crack. It took 3 years of CBT. Now, have you heard of CBT? CBT is cognitive behavioral therapy. So I would in our sessions, I would throw out how angry I am at one of my sisters. She's such a... And he would say, let's look at it in another way. And instead of being negative, being grateful, first of all, that I had a sister that I could even talk about, and plus, and going on and turning. And what it finally did, and what I understand it did, and it really did work for me anyway, but it took a long time, and I had to make it a habit. But what it really is, what you come down to understanding, that being happy is a choice. It's your choice. You can choose to stay in your misery, to be a complaining, angry person who's bitter and jealous and wincing and tired and no energy. All those things I was, all those things that the depressed person is. And instead, you can choose to be happy. And it's like just the simple analogy of choosing to walk on the dark and windy side of the street instead of choosing to walk on the sunny side of the street. You make a choice. And then when the negative things come in, it's not like you've suddenly come into utopia where everything is nice and everyone is kind and everything will work. No, it's just your attitude, your reaction to those things after learning how to look for the good, how to look for the positive, how to look how we can go ahead, not be pulled back by our negativity. So I was very lucky in my life. I've met wonderful people in my life, but I also had the support, oddly, of the Dalai Lama. He was a friend of my son's, and I got to see him and talk with him, and he helped me really understand what happiness is and how you can be a happy person. And he said, happy person, Margaret, is one who has compassion, who cares for others, who truly wants others to suffer less, who does, in your actions, you try, the words are alleviate others' suffering. But that's just being a kind, good Canadian person, I think, about reaching out. But what happens to you when you're in a mental illness is you're on the outside looking in. Even in your own family, you don't fit in. You know the looks you get. You know the, sort of, your sisters, your mom, what's she going to do next? Waiting for, and it's exhausting. It was difficult. It was hard. The stigma was big against mental illness. And I remember I had one of my first jobs, and I already was on medication for bipolar before I really understood what it was all about. And I couldn't get group insurance in my company because I was bipolar. I thought, what? What do you mean? Like, why? That's changed now, but at the time, it just seemed to be that there was doors shutting everywhere, and I was determined that that was not to be so, that people had to understand that mental health is health. And I think after we've gone through COVID, I think everyone, if it didn't happen to you personally, and I understand from Gary, with your business, you already knew about working at home. You already know how to work that into a healthy life. You didn't feel isolated suddenly and cut off from everyone. You have had the balance already in your lives. But for many of us, and for me as old now, and with immune-compromised illness that I picked up during COVID, not COVID, I was isolated. I had nobody. My grandchildren would come and knock. I'd had a fire, so I wasn't even living in my own house. I was living in rented places, and my grandchildren would come over with a basket of food and leave it on my door and back away quickly from me with their little mask on. Hi, Grandma. We all wanted to be part of. We wanted to be with, and what most people didn't understand before that they know now is isolation is depression. Isolation leads to depression. My questions my doctor would always ask me as I was getting better was, Margaret, are you going out? Are you working in the community? Are you seeing friends? Are you reading books? Are you whatever? Are you living no. If I said no, that meant that I was falling into depression. I was going into my cave. I was pulling away. We were all forced by COVID to be alone, to not be able to hug, not be able to see people's smiles, not be able to, and for me, not be able to work for 3 years. So yay, I'm so glad I'm back. But it was tough. It's hard. But I think now we have a better understanding of mental illness in that mental illness isn't for everybody will have times when they're not as mentally acute and they make mistakes and they know and maybe they didn't have a good night's sleep. What I want to tell you is one of the things I learned about it all, once I got my mind changed from a negative thinking mind with CBT into a positive, looking for the good, looking for, as Leonard Cohen would say, the flowers amongst the garbage, looking for the beauty in life, which is every minute it's there if you look. But it was a long trek to get there, and then suddenly COVID comes. And I was sort of smug, too, for almost 15 years before COVID, and telling everyone, oh, you know what? You just have to get a really good night's sleep. Sleep, of course, is the most important thing to your mental health, without question. I remember arguing with Jim Stanton, who was the head of running room. We were on a Shoppers Drug Mart panel, and he was saying, exercise, exercise, and the most important thing, the number one thing. And I said, oh, no. I said, we exercise every day so that we're sleepy. When we put our head on the pillow, we go, because our muscles are so tired. Yes, exercise has benefits beyond that, but our main thing. And as I was telling you about serotonin and dopamine and all of that, what happens when we sleep is that our brain gets busy. And while we're resting and gone, the brain flushes out. We have at least 80,000 thoughts a day. Most of those we do not need to file, we do not need to keep, and they're all flushed out in the night. Horrible thoughts that we've had that our brain doesn't want us to keep are flushed out in dreams. Protective memory is a big part of our memory too. The brain protects us from some of our worst memories, so they're not as acute in time as they were. They say it takes 5 years for a brain to heal from a loss, a tragic loss, such as losing a child or losing someone. It takes 5 years to get the joy back. I was down in Cuba at year 5 with my son Sash and my daughter. We were on a working tour. He was with Canada World Youth, and we billeted Canadians down in 25 countries around the world for 3 months, and then their hosts came up and lived with us and places across the country for 3 months. It was a good youth program. It was fun. And we went down there, and I talked on the beach for a long time with a girl who just lost her father, and we were talking about grief, and, you know, like girls, we were wiping away the tears, and I was remembering about my father's death, blah, blah, blah. That night, Sash had brought in some contraband music, so in the resort, we weren't listening to Yellow Bird and La Bamba. We had little Wayne or little Evie, every one of those little, whoa, whoa. We danced. And then I got back to my little hut, and I started laughing. And I was laughing as I was getting ready for bed, and laughing while I was brushing my teeth, and laughing when I put the head in the pillow, and I couldn't stop. I said, no, stop laughing. And then I thought, well, I better close the shutters because it's midnight. Everyone's going to hear me laughing. And I couldn't stop. And then I'm on the floor rolling in laughter. Tears are just running down my face, just running. And I just laughed and laughed and laughed for about 2 hours until I finally fell asleep. And apparently, 5 years was up, and I was letting go of all my sorrow, and joy was coming back in, and it came into me with a lot of laughter. I have found life interesting and difficult and hurtful, and all the things that everyone finds it. I found the tragedy of my son changed my life forever. Losing him, all that we do every day matters. All the little things we do count, and all adds up, and we all have these big, huge lives that you wonder if I hadn't been given back my mental health, if I hadn't asked for treatment, if I hadn't got that and done the work. It was 5 years it took me to get better, because I was 50 when I finally stopped resisting, accepted that I had a mental illness, that I was severely bipolar, an illness that has no cure, but that could be managed. So you have to sleep well, Margaret. You have to eat well. You just eat the superfoods. Just eat really clean. Don't get into bad habits like smoking dope or drinking. And don't. But there's lots of rules, and for most part, it's been a success for me, and it is a success for other people. But the deal is that you have to ask for help. I thought I could fix myself because I was smart. No, you can't fix yourself. I thought my family, they were smart. They can fix me. No, they can't fix you. you either. The only people who can fix you is someone who's completely disinterested, a doctor, confidential doctor. So you can tell him the worst or her the worst, and he's not going to blink and pass it on to your other sister, to pass it on to your cousin, to pass it on and on. No, it becomes a very proactive, it's about you trying to get to the level where you are going to be happy. Now, happiness depends on a lot of things, and I have seen recently that a lot of women seem extremely happy at my age because they don't have any lines. There's no wrinkles, and they're just really happy because they haven't had lost a night's sleep or had tragedy or anything. So here's my joke about that. There's a 54-year-old woman. She has a massive heart attack. She's on the operating table, and she goes up into the light, and she has a near-death experience. She says, "God, am I dead?" And the booming voice says, "No, you have 34 years, 8 months, and 2 days left in your life." So, of course, her operation is a great success. She's in her hospital room, recuperating from her heart surgery, and she goes, 34 more years. While I'm here, she has the plastic surgeon tuck her tummy, raise her breasts, stretch her face. She goes downstairs and has the hairdresser give her beautiful blonde do. She leaves the hospital feeling like $1 million because she's had her heart fixed. And immediately she's hit by an ambulance and killed. She goes up to heaven and says, "God, I thought you said I had 34 more years." Oh, shit, I didn't recognize you. I think Canadian women will come to their senses because really, really, our lives are maybe on our faces, maybe, but our lives are in our hearts, in our eyes, in our actions, in our wisdom. How our skin looks is just a testament that we may have some wisdom to pass on and that we're not frightened of being who we are at any given time in our life. We have confidence to live authentically as we are. The whole issue of mental illness, of mental unwell, we have to embrace it as part of the way we think about our bodies. I mean, we worry about our hearts, we worry about our livers and diabetes, we will worry about our weight, we should also worry about how our brain is working, and whether, all of us seem to assume that our brains work perfectly well. And why would we assume that? But most people assume their brains are just fine, just fine. No, there can be. And now with the machinery that they have in the hospitals, my goodness, I had to do a scan. My doctor has, one of the doctors at the Royal Ottawa was doing a book on celebrity brains. Oh no, he had them outside of his office hanging. So he asked me to do one. And in order to get a good picture, not to get into my turmoil brain where it may be all dark and not lit up properly, he had me watching constantly through the little screen pictures of my grandchildren. I'd been opening up a garden that they had, butterfly garden that they had done in my name with my family at the hospital, and we were all in the dirt digging, and they took pictures. And so those are what I was looking at. When I'm looking at, oh, there's my grandchildren. Oh, so my brain scan was just shining, just beautiful, all the right lights and colors. But all of this to say, that tool is out there. You will get that tool, a CAT scan on your brain, if you are very, in real trouble, because now they know that they can see your emotions in your brain. They can read the hormone levels. They can know where it is, and we're knowing more and more and more about connectivity. And there's one more thing that I want to add to the mix because of psychotropic drugs. I was saying at the beginning how, I've been on them for now 50 years. The ones at the beginning were just awful. Fortunately, we've just dumped them all over into the third world. I was over visiting an asylum for the insane. That was what it was written over the top of the gate in Ethiopia, in Addis Ababa. And it really was an insane asylum. And in every sense, they were all in black and white pajamas with just paint roughly putting numbers on their backs. and they were all being given these wonderful drugs that the world had sent them. As we dumped all our tricyclines and all these drugs that, yes, might have corrected what was wrong in our brain, but it also slowed us down to where we were just couldn't move. Now the drugs are much better. It's so much better. And my goal was always to get off the drugs. So I don't take very many, well, I only take one actually, just to keep me from getting too high. I don't need to take antidepressants because I haven't felt depression until I went through COVID. Didn't we all? And I talked to the doctor and I said, I don't see going on antidepressants, sitting alone with nothing to do, with no one to see. I found things to do, of course, because that's how we made it. But just feeling very alone. How an antidepressant would change anything. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not seeing anybody. It's circumstantial that I feel this way because of COVID. We're all isolated. He agreed. He said that was right. Just keep yourself healthy and alive. And I think all of us feeling coming back, we have a right to be a bit tentative. Remember how afraid we were at the beginning? Canadians we haven't had fear like that in our country on a mass level, like we had at the beginning of COVID, where we all thought that all our seniors are going to die, our newborns are going to die, our pregnant mums are going to have problems with it. The worst, and that we had to wash our chickens, and if we touch this, oh, I've got COVID. No. And as the news came out and as our vaccinations started taking effect, then that fear was replaced. I've always said the opposite of hate, of love, is not hate. Hate is a perverted love. It's emotion. It's the opposite of love is fear, because fear stops you from being. It holds you back. It makes you a different person. And I think that we all really have to look at that. I remember Justin, my boy, I said to him, I watched him like everybody did at 11 in the morning. At least he's my boy. He's not going to say, oh, there's my boy. but I listened and I finally said to him, Justin, I've had enough reflection. I want some action. Hey, Mommy, it'll come. The things that we have to do to be mentally well is we have to be aware. We have to know ourselves. We have to watch ourselves while we're doing foolish things, while we're saying words to somebody we can't bring back, while we have to pay attention and think about. The thing that I learned the most out of my time that I was being treated, I had to learn how to manage, how to react, how to hold back when I needed to hold back, and how not to be, how to be a different person. But it's hard. It's hard when you've got a mouth that just quickly says something so fast, and then you go, oh. But you have to learn. And so the word that came out to me was from my doctor is, Margaret, you've got to self-monitor your moods. You've got to feel when you're having a depression. So when I feel, because apparently our neural pathways at the beginning are just really tight, but my neural pathway, I think, into depression is like a water slide. It's just this big hole waiting for me to slide into it. The brain is happier when you're depressed because you're demanding nothing. You're just lazy and not demanding anything. So not that the brain is happier, but it doesn't mind that you're listless and lazy. But there was a little old lady down in the States, and a little black woman, and she put up her hand and she said, I ain't got time for this. And so that's what I do. When I feel those dark thoughts coming in, and they do, I'm human, they start coming in, I go, I ain't got time for this. And I change my point of view. I will bake some cookies. I'll call a friend who I like. I'll go for a walk. I'll go see that funny movie I meant to do. I'll do something, anything physical to change my point of view this instant. Because why get dragged down into those thoughts that you can't get out of? To be positive, you have to be open open to new, you have to accept, you have to give. But when you're mentally ill and not treated, you're tight and lost and not fitting in, and you get sink deeper and deeper into it because you don't have support or help. So my message to you all, please, 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 if you feel or someone in your family is struggling, try and get them to a therapist. I remember the first time I really talked to someone who I knew could help, I just felt a weight lifting off my shoulders. Oh, I didn't have to do this all by my big girl self. I could depend on someone else to help me, and that is the truth. Well, you had a wonderful convention. I must say I love Gary more than life. His sister Linda, I'm so happy to see you and to have met Linda. Here's my other Linda. There she is. She had her 5 minutes 10 minutes ago. And continue. I'm going to stay. No big deal for me at all to stay and sign those books. I'm sorry that they didn't make it up here, but I actually thought to myself, well, maybe people will prefer a cookbook, like it's a positive thing. I could just have some good cooking and have a wonderful time at the gala tonight and go home. I know for everyone to have been together with people and seeing their smiles and no masks and no fear. So carry on, and thank you so much for inviting me.
We got a present.
I've heard Margaret speak on so many occasions in a very personal environment, one-on-one. I've heard Margaret speak in these types of sessions before, and every time I hear you speak, I just think that it's so amazing that you are such an asset to the mental health community and to bringing the stigma out into the public. I also want to say also that it was worth the 3-year wait for this gig.
Lovely. I'll try not to fall.
So just another bit of piece of business. So in lieu of the distribution of the books and the book signing that we were going to do right now, we're still going to do, we have a half an hour before lunch starts, so we're going to do a little meet and greet out in the open section over here that Margaret will gladly say hello to everybody. So there we go.
All right, we are live. Welcome, everyone, to the annual general meeting of the membership. I'd like to call the meeting to order. And at this time, I would also like to call for any proxies in the room. No proxies? Okay, could I get a motion to approve the agenda, please, as presented? Thank you. Dana? And could I get a second? Gary Puddles, and all in favor? Thank you. So just going to go through a quick president's report. Oh, sorry. I didn't see that on there. Oh, sorry. Yes. The approval of the last AGM minutes of the meeting from September 29th, 2021. Could I get a motion to approve, please? Gary Puddles, and second, Gary Blair. All right. The Gary and the Gary. Thank you very much. All right. Just I'm going to do a quick bullet point here on some of the things that we've done over the last year. Again, we had a great board and very supportive of all the initiatives that we did over the last year. Everybody worked incredibly hard and were incredibly committed to all of the strategic initiatives that and goals that we had in place. Again, just my thanks to, Brad French, Cindy Roma, Steve Newell, Leslie Wilson, Tim Carwell, and of course Heath Walters, who's no longer on the board with us, but did do a lot of work for us as well. And we could not have done any of this, of course, without the help of Linda Osip and Erica, who have been instrumental to not only this, wonderful convention that's happened this year and getting us all together, but all of the great tasks and projects throughout the year. So I just want to also encourage the members that are here today, and if you can speak to some of the other members as well. I was talking to a couple of them at lunch about the importance of, contributing back to this organization. And we have many people who've done the work on the board several times and have, dedicated time and energy to making CAMEX a great organization. And we would love to have new members, fresh blood, people who haven't served before, put up their hand and join this board. I think it's a great experience. If you've never tried it before or been on the board, you learn so much, and it's your opportunity to give back to an organization that's given so much back to ours. So a few things, highlights that we did this year. Of course, we created the amazing mentorship program, and again, encouraging you to, submit members of your team for this program. It's absolutely incredible. It's, experiences that they're going to have that leads to great leadership that they are not going to find anywhere else. That's connected directly to this community and to our industry. Also the phenomenal InTech program that Tim Carwell has put together and is just, to me, such an amazing part of CAMEX moving forward. And again, if you're interested, please speak to Tim. He's looking for as many people, as many companies as possible to really support this program. The social media and website, again, you've seen all kinds of new things. Please have your team get on social media, hook up with the CAMEX, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever else that we've got going out there. Gary?
Tim, would you do me a favor? I didn't know that the presentation for that program was going to happen at breakfast, and I scheduled myself for breakfast all week. Could you put an outline of that program and what involved you on the listserv, please? Yes. That way I can share it with my team. Sure. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. And then, of course, the videos for the Boost. And again, we're always looking for, members and their team to get interviewed on these great videos. We did frontline onboarding project that's in the works right now that you guys heard about for training your frontline team. An agent listserv, very supportive to the agents to be able to have each other to speak about challenges and initiatives together on. and the personality profiling. You know, Erica spoke to that today at lunch or at breakfast. And again, I really encourage you to utilize this tool through CAMEX. It's going to be a great savings on your end from operationally, you know, you're going to get great people. The values and the behaviors of your organization will be incorporated in this profiling. So overall, a great productive year. So thanks very much. Again, I really enjoyed having the presidency and having such an amazing group of people to work with on the board this year. Right now, I am going to call up Brad for the treasurer's report and the financial statements.
Thank you, everyone. I'm pleased to report for the financial side, we had another successful year, a small net profit, which is good for our nonprofit. Our cash position is strong in both current assets and in long-term savings. We'll see significant increases next year because we've had an in-person convention and significant costs for the convention as well, so that'll change next year. Do I need to make a motion to accept these? So I'd like to make a motion. Sorry, is there any questions? Yes, Mike.
I was looking at this and I noticed that there's a line item with respect to the award of excellence, and then there's another line item about the award of distinction. And there's revenue and expenses in both of those sections. And one is like 60% of his expenses and the other one's like 40. And I was just curious about how is the revenue and expenses so different in those two programs? I look at them as similar programs.
They are, and I'm going to say that it usually is the same.
Ratio?
Yeah, the same ratio. The cost of the program is really the WeCheck, you know, calls that are made and all that stuff, the plaques, and sometimes a little bit of admin on all of that. But I think the other thing is that it may be that the bookkeeper hasn't actually, she might have assigned expenses to the AOE instead of the AOB. So it really is about the same percentage. But we could, if you wanted exact numbers on all of that, I could certainly provide it for you.
Well, it's just, I mean, one of them 64% of his expenses and the other one's 40, and they're similar programs. It's odd that it's a 20% variance.
The other thing too is that with the award of excellence, we now have an option of 20 calls, where with AOD is 10 calls. So for each additional call, there's more expenses in that as well. And it's not everybody that's jumped on for the 20 calls, but quite a few have. So that might have something to do with it as well.
Revenue would go up too.
Yeah, yeah. There's a little bit, yeah, there's a little bit in there. I don't think it's the same percentage for the 10 calls as the 20 for the revenue side.
These are both programs that bring money.
Yes, they are.
But it's interesting observation.
Thank you, Mike.
You know what, it could be the bookkeeper not assigning all the expenses to the right thing. You know, it's easy to just put it to the AOE program. But like I say, I've made note of that myself, and I'm going to really look into it. I'm going to get back to you with absolute details, Mike. You're a sales guy. I want to make sure that
And you're channeling Scott Lyons, because he's not in the room, and he would normally ask that question. So, Scott, if you're watching, Mike has got your back, he's asking questions.
Is there any other questions? Less harder? Okay, with that being, I will make the motion to accept the financials, or to move the financials, and Gary seconds. All in favor? Oh, I thought I motioned it.
Oh, you put out the motion.
I put out the motion, Gary seconded it. All in favor? All opposed? Passed.
All right, so, oops, we're going to go,
I still got to do convention.
oh, do you? Yeah, I was going to move, okay.
Okay, so convention, thank you all for coming to my city. COVID tried to stop us, but we surpassed. And then the day of, we've lost a few to actually having COVID, so they couldn't come. Fiona came. And unfortunately, Scott's Hilton Lyons passing, so that was quite sad. Overall, our numbers are similar to Edmonton, a little lower because of those reasons. The vendor turnout has been incredible, so Steve's the only vendor here, but thank you to all our vendors for coming out in droves and sponsoring a significant portion of our events, which I think is just fabulous, so thank you. Am I saving next year's convention for the end? Next year's convention's in Calgary, and Des is going to host it. Des and I get to be the first two past presidents to also have convention chair. So I'm not sure how Linda's going to sort that out for next time, but we'll figure that out.
Yeah, but is that for 3 years?
No, she's only going to do one. And that's all I have. But so thank you everyone for coming. I think I've enjoyed myself so far, and hopefully the content was good, and you guys have enjoyed yourselves. Thank you.
We're going to the awards next, because that's how it's written in PowerPoint.
Okay, we're going to the awards committee report. Although that doesn't seem
On behalf of Deborah Anders.
So on behalf of Deborah Anders, I'm going to present this report. They did tackle a couple of issues regarding gender identification as it related to the scoring criteria. So there was a few changes in there. One saying helpful attitude by his, her, their choice of words. They replaced the sir, ma'am, Mr., Mrs., doctor, that you can give specific to your organization in your criteria and use that for your judges to score on. It looks like that you can also refer, I believe at one point, referring to the caller by name once. Did it used to be more?
No,
I'm trying.
it's been once for a long, long time.
Mm-hmm.
We also put in a special requirements section field when you fill in the CPS form, that when we were on the committee, some people are really, really dedicated to gender identification and they're very particular, and some people aren't. So we said it should be you, and you tell us, so that we will judge based on, so that it makes it more participatory. But that was a big discussion. That was a big part of our year at the awards committee.
So they're continuing to do research on omni-channel inclusion for the benchmarking, and the awards tip of the month, which has had some great content. I hope everybody's kind of looked at that and used that. She wants to give a big thanks to her team, and the members are Deborah Anders, Gloria Tone, Trish McMaster, Tiffany Leal, Brianna Burke, and Linda Osip.
Now we have education. Is Gloria in the room? Gloria, come up. Sure. Come on. Yep.
I don't know exactly what all you guys all want. You just want a summary, right? Okay, so our focus this year, because of everybody going remote, we really wanted to adapt our webinars to make them as interactive as possible so people could feel that connection and engage people virtually as much as possible, as well as try and get some new faces involved, and that includes new presenters, get the people who are a little bit more shy to speak up and to get involved as much as possible. And I think our coach, you really smashed it out of the park with that, with everybody. And we were really happy with that. Providing takeaway tools for all of our webinars, working tools to put in their toolbox that they could actually go home and implement immediately was a point of discussion for all of us, and we really tried to focus on that as well. Our webinars, we were trying to incorporate more panels into our discussions, so there was a lot of different perspectives and feedback from everybody else with different views, and I think that was refreshing. It allowed a lot more people to engage. We saw a lot more new people speak up because they didn't have the pressure of presenting for an hour. They got to share it with somebody. So that was great. And what else did I put there? Yeah, mental health. We did a 2-part mental health series as well, and we had a great guest speaker for that. And I'm sorry, I forget their name right now. And really just focusing on trying to adapt to the changes of what's happened. It moves so quickly that we were really trying to stay in front of that because everybody was Zoom fatigued after the last year. So as often as we could, we tried to connect with people. We had a lot of huddles. We did a couple lunch and learns, even just social 15 minutes. We tried to do that throughout the summer as well. And I mean, it was give and take, but it was new and flying by the seat of our pants, trying to see what will catch and what won't. But I think that's part of the game with this. So it was a great year. And I mean, like I said in there, with the committee that we had, it was a total dream team. It fired on all cylinders, lots of great ideas, and it was a privilege and an honor.
And Erica?
Okay, so I'm going to report on the communications and social media part. This committee is comprised of myself, Erica Jaksic, Lindsay Roche, and Nicole Coleman, who have been very, very helpful throughout this. So we had a number of goals throughout the year that we wanted to put into place. We didn't really have very many organic social media posts going on, so we wanted to get a lot of that going. We created a consistent social media posting schedule to Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn through Canva. So we got ourselves set up with that, which I'm very excited about because it's very fun. We created an account for Google Analytics, which we didn't use before, and we didn't really get this ball rolling until about February. So if you look in your reports, you're going to see Google and Facebook Analytics from February and to August. So February is when we got the ball rolling for everything. We are in the process of recreating the website for CAMX, so that is going to be our primary focus when we get back from convention. So we'll be doing that and hopefully launching that in the new year. So Facebook Analytics, we had huge jumps. February we had page reaches of 60, and now we're surpassing 600. Page visits are up a little bit from 42 to 77. Our page likes are still not as good as we want to, but now with the convention, and I've been posting while we're going, that's actually really growing, so we'll get better numbers next time. Google Analytics has had some crazy jumps. So users went up 400, our sessions went up 1,000, and our page views went up 2,000. So I'm really impressed with all of that. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Linda.
So membership development came back into the office, but before I even say the report, I'd love for somebody to come back into this committee because I think it needs a leader outside of the office. We do the best that we can, but I think that we want someone to champion the membership development at every level within the within membership, not just brand new members. I continue to go to I've just started to go back out to different association events, being ATSE and this year, and from there we know for sure there's a result because I got 4 new members from that, and more participation in the CPET, our pre-employment testing, et cetera. So, but to have someone come in, that's just a throw out there to hopefully get some people in this year. We're basically up +4 members this year. And one of the other thing in membership, we wanted to focus on more people within the organizations and not just the owners or high-end management. So we brought in video, which is really cool for the Boost Spotlight, and also interviewing people within the organization. And I want to do a call out, like if you have anybody that you think should be in that spotlight from your organizations, I'd love you to get a hold of me, because I think it's pretty cool. After I've interviewed some people, they've been really nervous and everything, but it's good to get to know people within the organization. And once they've done it, it's also a growth opportunity for them, and then they get their face out, and it goes back to nominations committee, because the more we get them involved, the more they want to be involved in CAMEX and for our future board members. So anyway, that's the report.
Hello? Okay, so I want to report on the Technology Committee. The Technology Committee is new to this year. In the beginning of the year, during the board meetings, we realized that there is a lot of technology out there that it would really benefit the telefinancing service industry to learn about and begin applying and leveraging in our industry to increase sales and customer satisfaction, really. So one of the things, a couple of the things that we want to start focusing on is, we wanted to see how very practically these technologies could enhance the bottom line. So not just theory, but really dollars and cents and practices. We also recognize that with the focus on staffing challenges, automation is something that the telefinancing service needs to embrace even more deeply in order to overcome some of those difficulties in staffing. So starting next year, starting over the next year, the Technology Committee will be offering webinars with information and input from industry experts on the following topics: omni-channel and multi-channel in telefinancing service, marketing, selling, and pricing omni-channel services, Google message opportunities for TAS, which I think is going to be very, very huge, and CRMs and integrations, other integrations for TAS. I will admit I am the head of the committee, and I've never led a committee before, so let me go ahead and confess right now that I really am starting to understand, like, I actually need to have people on my committee instead of just me. So this is a call, a humble call and ask out there for anyone who wants to join the Technology Committee for the coming year. I need a lot of help. We need a lot of experts. We need to reach out to a lot of people in different fields who can bring in information into the telefinancing service world that we can use. And so I'm asking for anyone who has an interest in helping with the Technology Committee for next year. We have a lot of challenges and a lot of opportunities actually out there, so I would appreciate your help in this coming year.
I am on the nominating. I am the nominating person. I don't know what I am. I'm doing something to do with nominating. Anyway, we have 3 seats that are vacant on the board now. Brad and myself are coming off the board. I've been on the board for 10 years. Brad's been on the board for 8 years, not all consecutively, but it's time for some new blood. And so we're pleased to say that we have Gloria Tone, who's put her name forward, and she has been an absolute bright light. She's with Intercon, and she has done an amazing job this year working on the committees. And also Linda Kane, who has got all the DNA and then some from her brother with I-24, and both of them are going to make exceptional people on the board. We have one other position that was left vacant because of Heath Waters coming off the board. Heath's company, Keith left his organization, and so there is another position vacant. Is there anyone, are we taking nominations from the floor, Linda? If there's anybody who would be interested in putting their name forward for a board position. Everybody's looking away from me right now. I don't know what's going on here. You know what? Pam. You know what? We don't want to pressure anybody. The thing is that there's an excellent board, and we're bringing on some great new people who are going to make a huge difference, and people will be reaching out. I believe we have to take a vote now for just to confirm the nominations that we have for Linda Kane, a vote to accept Linda for the position of the board? Can I have a show of hands? Got to need to make a motion to accept Linda Kane in one of the new board positions from I-24. All in favor? I need a seconder.
Yeah.
Thank you. You see, I'm really up on my board protocol. Even after, you think after 11 years, I'd probably get it right, or 10. It seems like 11, but it was 10. And I'd like to put Gloria Tone's name forward for one of the other board positions. I need a seconder. Gary Blair, Bill Tucker, we're good. All in favor? Motion's carried. Welcome to the board, ladies. You're going to make a huge difference. I'm excited, yeah.
Okay, great job, board committee chairs. I would like to now make a motion for the approval of all of the committee reports. Get a second? Thank you, Gary. All right. And all in favor? Great. Passed. I would also like to make a motion to get the approval of the actions of the board for 2021 and 22. Gary, and second, thank you. And that was Mike Shantz. And all in favor? Great. Passed. Okay, any new and other business? Everybody wants to get out of here? Okay. And I guess, again, the date and location. Oh, sorry.
Oh, wait a minute, hold on. For the people at home,
We had a poll recently about doing it offshore for 2023, or was it 24?
24.
Oh, it was 24. Oh, no question.
Well, what were you going to share? 'Cause it'd be interesting.
No, because I thought it had been switched from offshore to Calgary, and then I was going to say, are we going to be doing offshore the next year? But apparently, I got it reversed.
We're in Calgary.
Weston. Oh, I thought you meant like where in Calgary. I was going to say in Calgary, but no, the Weston, which hotel? Yes, the Weston in Calgary. And so again, next meeting will be Thursday, September 28th, 2023 in Calgary, and I will be honored to be your chair and host in my city. Okay, I think that's all we have. If there's nothing else, I'd like to call for adjournment. Could I get, okay, both the Garys? All right, so we are adjourned. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Lunch, AGM, etc. Hope everybody's having fun in Kingston. I'm a local Kingston native, so if anybody sees me out and wants to play, I'm here for you. It's my honor to introduce Bill Hughes, a fellow whom I work with almost on a daily basis. I have this great bio, which I'm probably going to discard. Bill Hughes is the CEO of WeHooey. As we like to say at Alliance, WeHooey! It's a security-based computer service company here in Kingston. Bill understands the challenges of being a decision maker, as he's been in the business environment for a long time. I'm going to explain him a little differently, though. So when I was a little guy, my uncle gave me a gift. It was just a small little gift, couple inches long, half-inch wide, red, emblazoned with a silver cross. And as probably a 6-year-old who shouldn't have been playing with, everybody knows this is a Swiss Army knife, I found lots of uses for that. And then roll the clock forward decades, I'm getting older, Bill came along, and he is my new Swiss Army knife. I'm able to use him for a lot of different things, ranging from computer security to hosting for our platform. And I think with no other introduction, I'm going to introduce him as Bill, the Swiss Army knife, Hughes.
Thanks, Mike.
How about your bio?
Swiss for short. Not Swiss cheese. Thanks, Mike. That was quite the introduction. Thank you. I can write another one if you'd like. It's a lot of pressure too. As Mike mentioned, my name is Bill Hughes. I'm the CEO of WeHooey. Sometimes people have trouble saying that, so I like to get that out of the way early. So just so everybody can do this. Gray's smiling like he might have done this exercise earlier. Did you do this exercise earlier, Gray? You did? All right, well, let's see if they learned. Okay, there, WeHooey, you got the whole thing. Excellent. And some people often ask, how do we get that name? Tonight on the cruise, you can ask me. It's long, it's not that exciting, but it is a fun name that leads to a lot of conversations. Today, we were supposed to have 2 of us here today, Holden Smallbill. They sometimes call me Big Bill. So Holden, I work with him. He's our lead security engineer. My understanding, Linda, this is being streamed. So if everyone could say, hi, Holden. He's not here. Holden. I think that's the camera, or maybe that camera, one of the cameras. Unfortunately, Holden tells me he had COVID. I'm not so sure. He maybe was getting a little nervous about being up here. So we'll go with COVID for now. So today, we're going to talk a little bit about beating complexity and change in technology and helping people do that, particularly in your industry. The rate of change in complexity in technology is mind-boggling. You've got the cloud, you've got ransomware, software as a service, compliance, AI, metaverse. The list is long. And it didn't take very long to sort of create this word cloud of all the different terms that you may come across as a business decision maker in this current environment. And the rate of change continues. It seems like it's picking up its pace. So as business decision makers, we, not just you, but I have to do this as well, have to have a way of looking at these things and trying to get to the point of making a decision on how is that going to impact your business? What do you do? And make decisions based on these new technologies. Should you adopt them? Should you ignore them? Do you need to get into some NFTs? Those sorts of things. So what people tend to do is look for sources of information. And people will often start with their internal IT department, their internal champions, their internal folks. That is a good place to start with. But one of the challenges that comes from this is your internal IT department, your team, your staff, your champions, those people that do that work on a day-to-day basis. You have to think about their incentives before you just go to them and say, hey, what should we do about this? Because their incentives are not what you maybe would think. They come out of college and university really excited about technology and making changes, but quickly, and very quickly, and Mike knows it, not meaning that you'll understand where I'm going with this, is the focus becomes stability over innovation. Particularly in TAS, your revenue is measured in minutes. Most of you, I think. It's measured in minutes. Therefore, your downtime is also measured in minutes. So downtime needs to be avoided. Downtime, you have uptimes. You're able to measure your agents' time to the minute. You know what they've been doing. You're very focused on those things. Little hiccups in your technology are not welcome. So what you tend to do is your technology providers, partners, internal folks, you tend to teach them avoid the pain. Avoid the pain of things. New things bring pain. There's an investment in new things. There's pain. And so over time, you start to give them this lens to look at technology. And it is, how stable is it? How mature is it? How much disruption? Then the users, there's new things come for the users. They get confused. They're not necessarily technology people. And they also encourage your internal sources of information to avoid the pain. And it becomes pain avoidance. They're not the risk takers, the ones that would use this swing. They started with that, with their passion with technology, but quickly they moved to pain avoidance. They also will also consider costs. And sometimes you'll look at a new technology, and that new technology is a really exciting new technology, but it's going to cost 3 times what you're paying currently. And they've learned, don't increase my costs and don't disrupt the business for a minute. So where do you go then? Well, you start talking to some vendors. You talk to the vendors. The new vendors, it's rose gardens. It's beautiful. Come, try this new technology. Come, it's going to change your world. It's going to make a big difference. They also have an agenda. They have have something that they want to sell to you. Existing vendors with existing technology, they're like, oh, they may be competing with the new technology. They'll maybe say to you, no, there's these bad things that will happen. You should stay with what we're selling you. So you now have these two sources of information that most people tend to go to. So what to do? That's what this talk is supposed to be about. And I'm about to tell you some things that are not very pretty. It's really up to you, the business decision makers. It's up to you, the managers, the ones that have to learn about the technology. You're not necessarily technology people, but you need to learn about it, and you need to learn about it in a focused sort of way. There's no simple way to do that. Well, that doesn't seem very helpful, me telling you what you probably already know. But I'm going to work through a framework, a way to think about it, and a couple of key points. Now, I'm going to suggest you write these 4 points down, but I was also told I shouldn't tell you to write it down because you might not have something to write it down with. But I think you'll be able to get the slides afterwards. There's 4 key points that we want to talk about here. And you want to incorporate these into your own personal processes, because these 4 points are going to allow you to do the things that you need to do in an effective way and move them forward. First is the diversity of information sources, and we kind of talked about that. Your internal folks, you want to talk to them. Your vendors, you want to talk to them, both your existing vendors and your new vendors. You can't stop there. You can't stop with someone saying, oh, AI, it doesn't work. That's not sufficient. You can't talk to someone that's selling you AI and say, AI is the best thing that's ever happened. You can't stop at that. You need to move forward. You are smart people that work with technology on a day-to-day basis. You have to rely on your gut. You go, this seems like it could impact my business. This seems like it could make a difference. You need to move it forward. There's not simple answers to a lot of these technologies because they're complex. They interact with each other. And often when you first hear about them, the cloud, it was about 10 years ago I gave a talk, a series of talks to the customers of the TD Bank. The TD was saying, we want to know what this cloud thing is. Can you come and talk to them and give a presentation? I gave them some advice and some understanding into it. That was 10 years ago. And there's a bunch of people say, I don't want to hear the word cloud one more time. I hear it all the time. I'm not even really sure what that means. And you tend to set it aside. But you still need to develop an understanding of it and move that forward. Next, after you've gathered the information, you're going to form a strong opinion, and you should. You should develop that strong opinion. And you should so strong and confident because you've understood that idea by talking to different sources, by researching it, going in different places, that you form this strong opinion. But you need to hold it loosely. You've probably heard that term before. You know, strong opinions loosely held. It's really easy to say, but it's harder to do. But if you write this down and keep this in mind as you're looking at new technologies, new concepts, this will really help you to say, you know, I need to form a strong opinion about this and make sure it's not fear-based, but form the strong opinion, and then you hold it loosely and be prepared to change your mind about where it's at. And then once you have that strong opinion, you want to maintain your optionality. What that means is you want to maintain your ability to change your mind. We loosely held these strong opinions. You know, we thought cloud's bad. It's not going to work because of the latency from my SIP trunks. My voice won't work. We have to have copper. What happens if the internet goes down? The internet's unreliable. And that changes over time. But don't buy technology. Don't deploy technology that's going to lock you into a particular course of action. Take that strong opinion you formed that said, SIP trunks aren't for me. You might have formed that a while ago. I know many of you would be using SIP or VoIP now. But you might have at one point had that. You need to maintain that optionality. I like that word a lot. It came from there's a podcast called The Knowledge Project. I encourage you to look that up if you listen to podcasts. It's an interesting one out of Ottawa. And the other word, intentionality, I think I got that from there too. And the last one, this fourth point, is really the point that you want to focus this all in on. It's easy to talk to diverse sources and figure out new ways of looking at things and then forming a strong opinion. You know, a lot of us do that. And it's easy to say, I'll change my mind when I have reasonable information. And then, by nature, business decision makers, you maintain your optionality. You maintain your ability to change. You know, that's sort of inherent. The thing that we see regularly is you don't revisit those things that you've enshrined. As business people, we learn lessons. You know, when you first start out, you make a mistake and you go, oh, if I'd have done this differently. And you start to enshrine those ideas, those concepts, and say, this is the way things happen. Well, you do that also in other areas like technology. Those people that I spoke to back at the TD Bank 10 years ago, if they had taken what I said then, enshrined that as the truth, and never revisited that idea, never really critically re-examined that idea, they might all still be working on that information, and some of it was wrong. Or at least it was right then and maybe wrong now, or might be even more wrong in the future. So you want to have this revisiting and intentionally revisiting your ideas, the things that you understand about the business and the technology. So as that business manager, you just don't set it and forget it and move on. And it's hard because you're busy. You have lots of things going on. You know, pandemic added some more new things going on and technology changing. But if you set a regular cadence for yourself to revisit your decisions and really challenge yourself to revisit it and gather information from new places, that is going to help you. And what not to do, and this is important. My mom used to talk about the word assume, and she'd break it down for me, that this is what happens when you make an ass of you and me, when you assume things. This assume is a filter that you do the other steps through. You don't assume that the person you're talking to, the vendor, your internal IT person, this news article really understands the concept. You shouldn't assume that you do. You want to keep yourself open. You want to explore and see things in a different way, and this is hard to do. This will help you. So you've got an idea, a particular technology that you know in your gut is probably going to have an impact in your business. It's really easy to form that strong opinion and then not change it and assume that you have all the information. Don't assume. Move it forward. So in terms of the framework, a summary of the framework, you want to grab the diverse information from a number of places. You want to challenge your existing sources. You want to make sure that you're getting good information. You take that information, you pull it back in. You want to form your strong opinion. You want to hold it loosely. You want to be open to change your mind. You want to maintain your optionality. You want to use that strong opinion. Don't be afraid. If you really did the job, the hard work of leveraging that strong opinion about that particular technology, don't toss it away. So don't just set it aside. Use that in your business planning, in your short term and long term. But know that you need to maintain the optionality to change your mind later. You want to be able to change your mind. You don't want to be locked into something. And then you want to revisit intentionally. And that intentional revisiting, one way that we've done it, I've done it, is to schedule a meeting. You said, okay, we're not going to do this right now. We've looked at this technology, and put it in a calendar a year from now. We've got calendars that go out for decades. You can put that in there and say, rethink this, revisit this, and do it fresh. And you have to do that. And then don't make a lot of assumptions. So one of the things that I wanted to do, so that was sort of the framework and the idea of the complexity. It's not easy. You can't just farm it out to your IT department or your vendors and take what they've said to you. You have to do the hard work. So I'd be remiss in not providing you with some new information, some new ideas, some new thoughts, some predictions, some places where 3 places of technology are going to go forward, where they're going to be. For a number of years, I would come to this room. It was a bigger room. Queen's University used to put a thing on here. And every fall, they would talk about, they would have an economic prediction. They would say, this is what we think is going to happen over the next year. And I thought that was pretty brave. And what was even more brave is they would come back next year and stand in front of the people and say, my prediction was right, my prediction was wrong. So I thought, let's take that framework and look at some new information, some new opportunities, some topics that you might have heard of, some things that may be important to you, as a way of providing you another source of information on some new ideas. Now, I think Linda had everyone sign an NDA, because I'm about to show you something that I don't often share. Sorry? Get your phone. Yes. Oh, Linda, you're supposed to seize all the phones here. One of the common questions I get, what is the cloud? Ta-da, the cloud. Yeah, corny dad joke, I know. The cloud. This is still a topic. 10 years ago, I was talking about the cloud with people, explaining to them, saying, it's just someone else's computer, but it's going to be important. It's going to change the way you do business and everything 10 years ago. And I'm still saying the same thing. And some people are still saying, what is the cloud? So there's some interesting things. I feel like I'm talking to a room of people that know what the cloud is. Pretty much, yeah? But there's some things you might not know about the cloud. You might not know about things that are happening in the trends, and these are some important ideas about the cloud. Amazon Web Services, the largest cloud provider in the world, really started the public cloud trend. They're way ahead of everyone else. Not too long ago, they released an opinion piece, a presentation, that said only 20% of the workloads that can move to the cloud have been moved to the cloud. Let that sink in for a second. We've been talking about the cloud for 10 years. Most of our email are in the cloud, right? Maybe your CRM's in the cloud, and Telco has the Genesis, it's in the cloud, it's being ready. Some people are moving to Genesis already. You might use Google Docs, that's in the cloud. Everything, things are moving to the cloud quickly. But only 20%, according to Amazon, if anybody's going to know, I think Amazon's pretty good with that 20%, that means there's a lot of cloud still to come. There's a lot of opportunities for people to move things to the cloud and change the way business happens. So that means there's going to be more cloud coming. On the other side of things, Amazon's released some new products, and some others are seeing this too. There's a thing called AWS Outposts and AWS Local Zones. Has anybody heard of these? They're fairly new. So I find this really fascinating. And I realize that we had Margaret Trudeau, and then we had lunch, and then we had the AGM. Margaret Trudeau, lunch, AGM, me. So I know we're going downhill here, but work with me on this. I'm excited by this kind of idea and interested in this idea of AWS Outposts and local zones. So people were like, you had a server sitting there, you didn't want the server anymore. You're like, okay, let's ship it off to the cloud. And then you had problems with latency and challenges and couldn't see it and stuff. And then Amazon goes, before you move it back, we've got an AWS Outpost. It's a server that they will sell to you or rent to you that you put in your office that works with their cloud. So you're going from your place to their place, and now they rent you your place back. And then local zones are like, well, I don't want to keep it in my place anymore, so they have local zones. So they're having places like in Arizona, Phoenix, they've just opened a new mini data center, which is a AWS local zone. And so you're moving to the big cloud, and then they're going, well, we'll put a little cloud closer to you. What we're seeing is some people have moved their stuff to the cloud and then said, well, it's not quite fitting, and they're moving stuff back. We help people move to the cloud. We help move them back. We help them straddle between the two. There's changes that are happening, like hardware is decreasing. You probably have noticed that the price of your computers that you're buying has gone down when you buy a computer, or they last longer. The same thing's happening with server technology, networking technology, the same stuff that goes into the data center. So some people are bringing stuff back from the cloud and realizing those benefits on new technology that's simplified. Because the old technology was hard, you had to have specialized stuff, and it was complicated and unreliable, but now it's becoming simplified and much more reliable. The other thing that's troubling for some people is the subscription-based model. Businesses, the cloud businesses, are having tremendous profits from the subscription base. People like the old model. And then the other thing that we're seeing is that it's only starting really to come to light how big this impact could be. So one that I can think of for us is we used to use a password manager called LastPass. Does everybody in here use a password manager, please? You should. You should use password manager. LastPass, maybe not, but LastPass is okay. We used to use it ourselves. Solid product. But what happened with LastPass was, like so many other technology products, they were a new technology product. It was brand new. And they got out there, and they had investors, they had VCs that supported it. And they did the freemium model, and they handed it these wonderful things. They did this with Google Workspace. A bunch of other projects have done that, where they're funded by VCs, and really what they need to do is gather a bunch of the market together. Like Amazon. They made it really cheap, and Amazon's still doing that in terms of their e-tailer business, where they're pulling all their business in and selling it really inexpensively. But what we're seeing in some of those markets with these products that people went to, and when there's no other options, the prices are starting to come up. For the first while, Microsoft 365 or Microsoft Office 365, Google Workspace, those were low, sometimes free. Some of the options were free for businesses. And those prices have started coming up. Because people aren't going to move out of those back to on-premise or other solutions because they don't integrate. They're integrated. Think about the systems that you have today and how they integrate. You know, maybe the Google button, you can log into another service with it, or your Office 365 integrates with your CRM. You get these integrations, and you're getting these tight integrations. So we're saying, well, we'll just move out of that, and it could be cheaper. You're not moving. So from that, with the cloud, these are the predictions being recorded. I'm going to predict in the next year, we're going to continue to see, this is not groundbreaking, this prediction, we're going to continue to see services moving to the cloud. And it's going to continue for a number of years to come. The part that might be a little less obvious or a little bit less, well, you're going to see some people moving stuff out of the cloud, whether it's using something cool like AWS Outpost or doing it yourself. And these solutions are going to be easier to run, easier to look after. And by doing it yourself might not mean in your shop, in your office. It might be a local data center, might be a local provider like my company, where we have a number of customers' workloads, and we run a little cloud that people run their workloads in. But because of the change in the economics, we're able to do that affordably. And you're going to see more of that. And that's what AWS is doing in the local zones, because there's other cloud providers doing that same sort of thing that gives you more of the control. So what you're going to see, and it's going to start to bubble up, you're going to see it, you're going to see a little news thing about this or that, people moving their workloads home, so to speak. The big one that you're going to notice is your cloud subscriptions. For the mature cloud subscriptions, you're going to see those start to increase. And when you see these increases, they're going to be maybe small at the beginning, 5%, 2%. Over the years, they're going to start coming on a regular basis. Why? Well, because they can. You're not going to be able to move out. You have your systems fully integrated. You're not going to be able to move that out. I'm seeing people talk about that now with their, the workloads that they fully engineered for AWS. It's really hard to move it out of there. And it gets complicated. It's easy just to click another button and add another service on. You're going to see software as a service, prices increase. And I think you're going to start to see some of those. Well, there's already been some, and they're going to continue. And as those new services that were free, you know, maybe they're offering free service, easy first 5 users, introductory, it's $1 a month per user kind of thing, and those are going to start ratcheting up as the shakeouts happen. The more mature the market, the more likely you're going to see increases, and these, they've already started, but they're going to continue next year. Work from, fill in the blank. Work from the office, home, remote, the beach, another country. I know your industry really embraced this during the pandemic. The pandemic really drove this, really allowed us to adopt that technology, allowed to have people work from home. Technology really has changed. At one point, I've been using video meetings probably back since I've been giving talks to the cloud at the TD Bank. You know, that long time. We've done it with our team. And I was always like, can we just, you know, instead of driving, and can we just do that? You know, like it's not really going to be a long meeting, or can we, you know, the phone's okay, but I don't get to see your face and get to understand. Well, it was always a challenge. People would sigh, no, can you come here? I'm like, okay, go there. And they'd say something that they could have said over a video meeting, or we get together and collaborate and look at the same document, that sort of thing. But now with the pandemic, everybody has a phone. Everybody's comfortable with Zoom, Teams, Google Meet. Fortunately, WebEx, and I can't remember the other one, those are kind of gone now. They were terrible. This isn't settled yet. This is probably my least interesting prediction, is that it's not settled and it will not be settled soon, the work from home. You may have seen, you've read things, the interesting things. So may I quick ask everyone, for your organization, as far as you know, how many of you have people that work from home or work remotely? Everyone? How many of you started to bring people back in, have plans to bring them back in? You think that your teams are going to come back into the office? Partially, some of you coming back in. So some of the reasons I hear for that, why you're bringing them back in, there's training, there's managing them, there's a bunch of different pieces. And one of the challenges we've seen is, okay, fine, you send them home, and you get this extra productivity because they work longer hours because they're not driving and commuting, and they want to get things done, and there was a productivity boost. But then there's like an hour, so you can't get a hold of them maybe. Now, this may be a little bit less in your industry, but other industries are doing laundry. It's a good time to do it in the middle of the day when the kids are at school. And so there's tools that are coming to monitor their work, which you already have sort of in this industry. And it's less of a technology question than a people question. We don't really know yet. When should you work from home? When should you have people? And we still have people with leases. I feel that. We moved into a brand new office March 1st. 2 weeks later, everybody had to be home because of the pandemic. We came in the middle of the pandemic. Beautiful new office. Beautiful. We were all excited and say, yeah, don't come here. And as an owner, I'm like, okay, the pandemic's over yet? Okay, come on back in. And they're like, I don't know. I kind of like working from home. And they're like, I don't know, I got to drive in, and so there's a human element to it. But the part that you start to miss, the younger folks, there's a certain indication that young team members like the camaraderie of being together. There's an indication that your mentoring falls apart, because if you have your senior team members working from home, really focused, and they love it. The more senior people, they love working from home because they can focus on their stuff, they can get it done, they don't see any value in driving the car. Oh, and they've got a spare bedroom. The younger people that are in apartments, maybe with their parents. We had a young technician working for us that worked in his bedroom because his mom and his sister were home, and he didn't turn his webcam on. I was like, why? He goes, I don't want you to see my messy bed. That's not a great work environment for a young person. So this is less of a technology question and more of a people question, but we're trying to address it in some ways with technology. There's some research that's coming. There's people coming back into the office. There's been a number of companies that have mandated you have to come back in the office or you lose their job. In some of the forums that are on, like Reddit, if you've been on Reddit, there's some talk like if I get told I have to come back to the office, I'm quitting. I'm moving somewhere else. So this is a challenge. So my prediction for this, remote work from home is staying. My prediction, which is kind of a little wishy-washy, I get it, but it's not going to be decided next year at this time. We're still going to try and figure it out. But we will have some of the studies, we'll see some of the impacts, we'll see some of the changes, and we'll start to, I think by next year at this time, because we have a winter of COVID-ish going on. That's fair. That's fair. That was good. I like that. Yeah, the cloud. Siri's listening. Nice. The big thing that we're going to start to see now are people graduating. Your young employees that you're hiring are graduating in the next year. They're starting to graduate after being at post-secondary or at high school during the pandemic. They learned they existed online. They struggled with that, but they've learned on it, learned from it. So they are those coming with the studies that are going to be happening, the technology that's maturing, the comfort level of the technology, the managers that have learned to manage remotely, those are all going to come in, but the human piece of it, we still really haven't figured out. We haven't figured out how to still connect people that are working remotely. Technology does wonderful things, but it's really hard to connect people that aren't actually in the same room. So, prediction on that. I'll revisit this again shortly, briefly. Oops. The last one, security. This one is really important to my team. This is the one that Holden was going to mostly talk about. So I'm sure if Holden's there watching, he's going to be like, oh, you missed that point. So forgive me, Holden and everyone else. There's three things in security. We could talk all day about security. I could talk about it all day. We're passionate about security. There's a number of things we could talk about with security. But there's really three things that I thought we could add some predictions on. And the first one is supply chain. How many in here have heard of a supply chain attack? All right, so I'm not going to ask who knows what a supply chain attack is. So I'm going to talk a little bit about a supply chain attack. These are, in my industry, particularly important in terms of conversation. As an IT service provider, we connect into our customer systems. We have access to customer systems. So if you're a bad person looking to steal things from people, you want to get the most people to steal from. So if you get into software, get into access controls, you get into places where it gives you access to more than just one company. So last year there was a company called Okta. You probably haven't heard of it, or you might have heard it in the news, but Okta is an authentication company where they control, allowing your team to connect in and they manage that. They were breached. As a result of that breach, breaches happened at places like Microsoft and other places. So how does this apply to you? Well, how it applies to you is the supply chain, the places where you get your software, the places where you get your tools. Those are the places that you need to think about. Most of us have been thinking about, oh, I need this perimeter. I need a good firewall. I need good defenses. I need good antivirus on my desktop. But what if the next update that comes from your vendor is malicious? Not because your vendor's malicious, but because someone breached your vendor and put something in it. That's crazy, right? That has happened a number of times already. It happened in my industry. It's happened in the identity industry with Okta. It's happened with other places where they get into they're writing new software and building new products. And in fairness to the vendors, they're really focused on building a great product. But, and even if they talk about security, they may not always live it. So the supply chain attacks, what's happening is they get into one, it gets distributed to them all. We're going to see an increase in this. We're already seeing it grow. Supply chain attacks are an important thing. One of the things that you may be seeing now are things about questions about what do you do? How do you manage your vendor risk? You're going to be seeing things about, you may have a client that sends you a questionnaire that says, it's working. That'll say things like, do you do penetration tests? Do you document password reset policies? What happens when you do these things? They're going to be asking you all these questions. And you're going to see an increase in those. We have seen them. We help our customers, fill those out and answer them. And sometimes we'll say, well, you don't do this now, but we can do this little thing to get you into compliance with that so you can say, yes, we have a new program, we're doing that because it's a fairly easy thing to do. You might have seen on insurance, for example, do you do multi-factor authentication? That's an easy one to roll out in a few weeks before you have to have it done. The key is to keep it going, that sort of revisit intentionally. So supply chain is going to increase. You're going to hear that more. And it's going to be coming down market, we'll call it. It's hitting the big companies, the big targets, because those are the juicy targets, but those are also the ones with the cybersecurity resources to protect themselves. And the same thing happened with ransomware. It started with the big companies, and then they started moving down to the smaller companies, because you don't always have those resources to be able to protect yourself. So it becomes easier. But a mid-level market, you could still have someone with 1,000 customers and breach them all. Quantum computing, this one's kind of fun. It's a long way out, maybe. Quantum computing is a new way of computing. Have you heard of quantum computing? Yeah. Quantum computing it's a new style of computer, if you will, just a very simple level. And it can do certain kinds of calculations really fast. The computers we use today are general purpose. They do everything pretty well. Quantum computing can do certain tasks really well. So why is this in security? Because part of our security is there's some math problems that are built into our security. TLS, VPN, TLS certificates, SSL certificates, things that connect. They use these things called certificates, which you might have heard of, or VPN, if you used a VPN, those kinds of things. That is all based on a really hard math problem. And that really hard math problem is really ideal for quantum computing. So we're seeing some progress in quantum computing, and it's picking up. Billions of dollars are being invested in quantum computing. State-level organizations. So my prediction is, in the next, well, actually I'll come to the predictions after that. I just want to let you know what these three things are. The regulatory environment. There's really three places that you might be interested in the regulatory environment. One is here in Canada. If you do business here in Canada, you'll be interested in the regulatory environment here in Canada. You have the regulatory environment in the United States, and then Europe. Most of us know the GDPR. You might be not affected. It might be something that's important to your business if you do business there or feel like you're exposed to that. If you do business in the United States, the regulatory environment there. And in Canada is kind of a funny spot that we have some regulations, if they enforce them, would be really onerous. But the enforcement's not really great. So the three predictions related to these are supply chain attacks are going to increase. You're going to see smaller vendors affected. You may see some of your vendors now that you have affected by this, and they may affect you or they may affect your clients. You're going to see more requests for information about your security practices. What are you doing to protect your client? I got to stop hitting that. Quantum computing, there's not going to be a breakthrough this year, but within 5 years, we're going to see a breakthrough. And if there is a breakthrough on the quantum computing where they get to the point where it's useful and does some of the things they promise, we're going to have a bunch of changes in security and what we need to do and the technology and replacing things. Regulatory environment in Canada, my prediction in the next year, you're not going to see much of a change. It's going to continue in business as usual. However, if you're in the United States, there is a number of jurisdictions looking at different sorts of legislation. It's changing on a pretty regular basis. Like they're in various states of, shouldn't say states twice. They're in various places in terms of their regulatory sophistication. and they're coming, and they're changing. So if you have exposure to that, it's going to be really hard for you to stay up. Rob from Van Ryan Compliance, I know. I listen to their podcast. I'd encourage you to think about listening to their podcast. Free plug. That's what they do. They spend their time understanding the regulatory environment and helping their clients keep up with it. This is not a paid advertisement. It's just, I happen to listen. They do some pretty good work. The United States is a scary place when it comes to compliance if you try to do it yourself. So my prediction is more significant changes are coming in the United States. Canada, they're staying about the same. And there's stuff that's still falling out of the GDPR, like Google Analytics and some other things that are happening there. If you're doing business in Europe, you want to be aware of that. So, in summary, about the cloud, you're going to see the cloud's going to still be an issue. People are going to still be moving to the cloud. You're going to see some people moving back from the cloud, though. There'll be new opportunities, new technology that you can move your technology, or instead, if you've been a little slow going to the cloud, you might just not need to go to the cloud. And prices are going to increase. If you have mature technology that's in the cloud, know that it's probably going to increase, so add that to your budget. Like we needed that with inflation, but that's going to add to inflation. Work from is still going to be an issue. It's not going to be settled. There's going to be some research that's coming out. Talk to your younger people that are coming in, that have been through school, that are graduating, and how they see it. And you have to think about it. It's not really a technology problem. There's lots of technology to do whatever you want. It's really a people problem. And security with supply chain attacks, your vendor relationships, you need to think about that. Your perimeter's good, but think about your vendors. Quantum computing, you can hold steady on that, I think. Keep an ear for it, but it will change in the next 5 years, I think. Regulatory environment in Canada, if you're just in Canada, you need to do the things that you've been doing, but there's not going to be a significant change. United States, hot mess, legislation all over the place. And with Europe, they're going to continue to enforce the GDPR. And you're going to see some interesting things, like if you haven't seen the news recently with the Google Analytics in Europe, they're going to have to basically rip out Google Analytics for most of Europe. So the framework that we talked about, go to the questions in a sec. The frameworks we talked about, get diverse information. I gave you some on some topics that are relevant in technology. Get some additional information. You want to form strong opinions. Take them, dive deep into them, get some strong opinions, be prepared to change those opinions. Then you want to maintain your optionality. You use those opinions. Don't just sit on them. Use them to make decisions about your technology, but maintain your optionality. And schedule a time for you and your leadership team to revisit it. You want to revisit those decisions. You do not want to say, well, we don't do the cloud here at ABC Company. You don't want to say we don't do that or we always do this. Maintain the ability to change, and as leaders, show your willingness to change. It's good to show that you have strong opinions, but show your willingness to change. This will allow you to manage the complexity. The complexity is by diving into each of these topics and then move. So we had some predictions. I put some predictions down. Linda, if you want us to come back and say, hey, these were your predictions from last year, I'm happy to come back and say, yeah, those were off or those were right. And I'm happy to take any questions for those of you who are still awake. You. We got it. Excellent.
Thanks, Brad. Yeah, I'm wondering, I hear a lot of talk about latency, moving to the cloud and then latency becomes a problem. And there's already latency, or there's already, all of our CSRs basically VPN into the, the server that's in our office right now, and whatever callers or wherever they are, it's all going over SIP. And we're looking at moving to the cloud, and people are saying, oh, latency, and probably AWS. So, what are the, I keep hearing, is distance of the, where the cloud server is, and yet the speed of light, like going to the other side of the continent, isn't very much latency in terms of the speed of light. So, what are the causes of latency? What are the things to look out for?
That's a good question. So, latency, you're right. latency, just a simple idea of latency is how long does it take to get somewhere and get back again, for those of you not sure. So, and where that becomes a problem, particularly in your industry, is with voice communication, right? You know, you say something, and you've been on those calls where the other person seems to be talking over you, but really it's just that they didn't realize that you weren't finished yet because of that delay. A delay is a way to think about it. And so the fundamental, that's a great question, because light, like a lot of our networks today, run on fiber optic, which is just light going back and forth. The reason you end up with latency is it's not just from that one person to one other place and then back again. It's not just that simple. If it was that simple, latency would not be a problem. What happens is the network, to make the internet as robust as it is, there's a number of hops. And those hops are what that begins the latency. It really, you have a box, and it communicates to another box, and then it communicates to another box. And milliseconds or microseconds at each of those boxes keeps adding that up. And a loose proxy for that is distance, because typically the farther you go, the more hops you have, the more, you know, a computer receives it, processes it, and sends it out here. So that is why the AWS local zones and the outposts, those are primarily in response to latency. So if you have a workload that's in the cloud, you move it closer to you. So the primary cause of latency is too much stuff, either distance or machines in the way. And the cleaner you can make that connection, like and tends to be shorter, is how you reduce that latency. There are other strategies too. There's other places that latency can get into. If, for example, you know, your agent is pulling a script, you know, the phone rings, they answer it, the system detects that, and the script comes open slowly because of the latency. Or there's a pause before it pops up. And those pauses matter with, you know, in human speech, right? That could be your database. You know, your database is, you know, communicating. And it's a multi-link chain. And in websites, the latency comes in websites, when you load CNN or CBC or whatever website you're loading, you'd think, you know, I'm loading that website. But it's made up of a bunch of little pieces. So with latency, what you really need to be able to do, the easy one that you can do is get it closer to you, make the distances closer. But the more complex version of that is to look at that traffic and see where the latency is happening, test it, and figure out where it's going. And it could be your server's too slow. It could be there's a bottleneck in a firewall. It could be your agent. You know, working from home, we see a lot of problem with latency because not everybody's internet is great, and that can happen. Or it might be happening. You know, you might have noticed that, you know, when you get home from work, you know, if you're working from home, and then suddenly when everybody else gets home, it gets slow because the network in that area is slow. So hopefully, does that kind of answer your question? Distance is an easy one to do. So if you go to the cloud, for example, with AWS, if you're in Canada? In Ottawa? So there are data centers other than, AWS has a data center in Mississauga that you can select, so that would help. But there's other providers other than that. There's like OVH in Montreal, and there probably are some local data centers in the Ottawa region. The other thing you can do, depending on where you're connecting, you can also get a pipe, your internet quality. If you're using, say, Cogeco, Soho type, like, you know, high speed, like a high-speed home connection, they oversubscribe their pipes, their internet connection. They get 1,000 people all together. You know, like our internet connection, one of our internet connections is 100 megabits. So at home, you can get 1,000 megabits. Ours is, it's 200, and it's about $800 a month. And somebody goes, what, 200? And we get 1,000 for $75. There's a reason. Ours connects almost directly down to what they call an internet exchange, which is in 151 Front Street. So our traffic goes from there to downtown Toronto, where the big hub is, and from there to Amazon. Amazon has connections into there. So that's another strategy, is architecting your network.
Of course, if it's in the cloud, it's not even our internet connection. It's our provider's internet connection.
And well, it's pieces, yes, you're right. It's not just your internet, but there's pieces in it. Your internet connection is still part of it, if it's terminating there. Or do you mean like for your home agents?
Yeah, because it's all home agents, and then they're connecting to our, if they're connecting to our cloud, which we don't run the cloud. We subscribe to a service that's in the cloud, and they choose who's in, where it is.
Right.
We may have some choice, but they only have so many. So anyway,
so
we should probably let this go.
There's some architecture things there. Sorry, I could dive deep. Probably. Is there another question back here?
I would just like to piggyback off that one.
Hold on, just the folks at home. No, the guys at home, they can't hear you.
Yeah, Holden wants to be able to hear you at home.
Yeah, I just had a piggyback question off that. So how do you think, with latency, how do cell phones play a factor in latency in voice quality?
How do they play? You mean in terms of like when if you're using a cell phone to answer the call, or when someone calls in on a cell phone?
Yeah, and then like adding patch. Do you understand what patch is, right?
Maybe just
walk you through. Okay, so a phone call comes in, client calls the company.
Yep. Oh, I see.
And we want to put it through to the on-call.
Oh, right.
And so we
Okay.
patch those two people
Patch
through
through.
the cell phone network, right?
Yep.
So maybe you can describe that in latency as well.
So there's more than just latency involved in the cell phone. So the cell phone, because that goes from the handheld device to the tower. And radio waves travel slower than light waves, so you have that challenge. But there's also a challenge in cell phone networks. They're oversubscribed, can be oversubscribed. So you run into a challenge where the cell phones connect into a tower, and then that tower's connection goes out to the internet and back. So it adds latency. There's another factor that comes in terms of call quality that happens with cell phones, where they do things to make your voice smaller, and they downgrade and compress the voice. So there's additional processing that happens there. So I guess your question is, how do cell phones impact call quality in terms of latency?
Yeah, I just really wanted to know your opinion on it, really. But I think it's, for us, we have a lot of, I guess, audio issues at times when we think that it's actually our equipment, but it's actually the cell phone networks.
Cell phones definitely make it really hard because of their connection could be bad. And when they move from tower to tower, there is latency introduced there. So your cell phone just doesn't go to one place. As you move, it will switch to a new tower. And that time adds up. So you've got the radio waves time to go back and forth, but then the switching of the towers. So it makes it very difficult to diagnose audio call qualities when the other end is terminating on a cell phone, because that adds another layer of complexity to it. And it's not just latency, it's also the radio strength. So there may be missing packets or missing parts of the communication. There may be radio interference, or they may move from a great connection to a poor connection. So my opinion is that's hard. I don't think that there's any great solution to it.
Okay.
Any other questions? Well, Bill, thank you very much for coming in today.
Well, thank you.
On behalf of CAMX, thank you.
Oh.
We really appreciate that.
Thank you. Oh, that's very nice.
Just so you know, there is a coffee break right now in the vendor room, so go on down. If you have any other questions for Bill, he'll be there, as
I'll
will
be around.
Gray.
I'm probably going to join on the cruise tonight, so you can come corner me, and if you're looking for some strong opinions, loosely held, I've got them.
We might have to take that one, write that down. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, everyone. We'll be back 15 minutes, then we're back here for our final speaker. Thank you.
kind of lucked out in how we did it. We worked on open source platforms. And with that, it doesn't take much to have it hosted or all of this. It's kind of been already done, you know, and it's just always been there. So I think we just keep the same and keep going. And that's about it. That's all I got to say.
They were doing a thing. Oh, we're going camping. Who loves camping? Yes, I like glamping. Hey, we did a thing. Awesome.
All right, let's do this.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, we are Van Ryn Compliance, and you guys are probably wondering what that is. But we'll start off with a quick game. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to ask you guys to stand up. I'm going to ask some questions. So the first one is, who is everyone stand up.
Let's go. It's 3 o'clock.
You'll get the privilege to sit down if you guys have some of the things. Who here in this room has a compliance officer? You could sit down. Okay. You can remain sitting if you actually know what that is and you know what they're doing. So you can remain sitting. Okay. So you know what a compliance officer is, people that just sat down? Okay. And you know what they're doing? Sitting over there. Okay.
You gotta know where to go.
All right. So who's ever been asked to do a questionnaire from a client? Whoever was like, I have no idea. I don't even know what to do. I'm going to hand this over to IT and hope to God that they know what to do. Okay. So that's where we come in. And I'll let Rob kind of take over. And you guys could sit down now.
We got to wake people up, right? That's the big thing. So great job by Alex. And not knowing exactly, there we are. So not knowing exactly who your compliance officer is and tying into what Bill had talked about earlier is you have to have the compliance program. And what we had built is the Van Ryn framework that solves that. So PPEDA is going to be pretty steady. GDPR is probably doubled in the amount of fines that they've submitted. The GDPR Alliance is very aggressive, in the Amazon and the Googles, but it's coming down to everybody. We have clients across the pond here, and you have to have a solid program, and you have to ensure that you can also prove evidence of that. You can't just say, I did it. You can't just check off the insurance forms that you did it. Reason being is insurance companies are going to ask you about all of your compliance, and you have to provide evidence. Because if you don't provide evidence, then when you have a breach or you have a ransom attack and you didn't note that, they're not going to cover it. Ransom tax minimum of about $140K USD today, minimum of that. So, and then your insurance company won't cover it, so you're holding the bag. So it's important to put that together. What's our next one? All right. So the Van Ryn framework. So 1, 2, 3. So we first do the audit. So you got to do the audit. If it's going to be HIPAA, it's probably the biggest thing I've talked about this week here. GDPR. SOC 2 and ISO 27001, we do all those disciplines. You can do high trust. We do all of those globally. We're doing that today. We first go through the audit and ensure to gather the information we need to put the remediation plan together. And then next, after the audit, we create those policies and procedures, and it goes into Alex's world as the account manager, and she keeps us on track, and pretty much keeps me on track, and keeps you as a client on track, and we stay on track because you need a true partner to ensure that you stay compliant. That's the key piece. And then obviously, this is our first time here. We're excited, so don't take our word for it. We are now members of CAMEX. Rosalinda asking us for the last 3 years. We were members of NEO and TUNE and ASTA and SNUG and I think whatever else is coming about. So we're invested in the TASK community, and we're just excited to be here this week. I think you've gotten your coffee. I think you've gotten your fill of coffee. This morning's coffee was our custom blend that we get brewed in New Braunfels, Texas, locally. So it's got a great story in the back, so that's always something good. And excited to be here. So we're going to part out with this, and then I know Juan is up.
Yeah. And I'll just say
You
one
go
more
ahead.
thing. Just a little plug. So I think it was year 10. All 5 of those people were our clients, just so you guys know. A lot of people come to us also after a breach, come to us before a breach. Let us make compliance easy. Let us take off the strain of it. If you guys have ever been through a SOC 2 or an ISO, it is daunting, it is strenuous, it's a lot of work. Focus on the mission that you guys are on and let us take care of everything else. That's what we do. And we have a ton of clients. Like Rob said, everything's on there, and we're happy to talk to you guys. We don't call it like a product. It's more of an investment because you're investing into your company and the longevity of it, because we want to make sure you guys are here to continue that legacy. And as you guys know, things are no longer like, oh, who cares? It's now it's a little bit more serious. And so the next video, my best friend did make it, but the other really, really, really cool thing that we get to do is a lot of big companies and a lot of small companies come to us for training. So we do customized training, we do HIPAA training, we do everything in between. And we make sure that your staff and your managers have the knowledge of the policies that we are creating, that they see it, that they have the knowledge of it, and that they walk away feeling like, okay, we know a little bit more. And like Rob had mentioned, like if you guys go through stuff, you're gonna have to show evidence that you've actually put your staff and your managers through stuff. So this next video is just a little preview of that, and I'll give it over to Juan after. Let's talk about what PHI actually is. Thanks.
Okay, last but not least, Juan from Pulsar 360.
So they left the best one for last. So, all right. Before I bore you about SIP trunks, the most reliable SIP trunks in North America, I will talk about what happened to me yesterday before we went off to the pub. But first, Linda, Erica, where are you? She's not here. Okay, Brad. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you for putting, CAMEX together for us. And everybody else involved, thank you very much. So before the pub, I stupidly left my key in my room and I forgot my beanie. And as you notice, it gets cold over here. So when you don't have hair on your head, oh my God, it's really cold. So I go to the front desk and tell the receptionist, hey, I left my key, can you give me the key, blah, blah, I forgot my beanie. She's like looking at me with this look of disgust, but very polite though. It was a very polite look of disgust. And she goes, you're not from here, huh? I'm like, no, I'm from Los Angeles. And she's like, uh-huh, we don't call it a beanie, we call it a toque. So, a toque. Sorry, see? So, toque, got it. All right, so she's like, it's a toque. I'm like, okay, well, could you just give me my key? I just need to go, please. So I get up to my room, I took my toque, came downstairs, I took my toque. So I come downstairs and as I'm walking towards her and I have this big smile, she grins back at me. And I took my toque, I'm now going off to get my twofer. Eh? And she goes, hey, way to go, you're a Canadian now. So thank you for having me here in Canada and putting up with me. But so we sponsor many of these conventions. We're very invested in the TAS industry. We go above and beyond with SIP trunking, and now we are going to introduce a referral plan for all of you. We don't only do SIP trunks, we also do hosted PBX for offices. And many of you get asked, hey, aren't you the phone company? Can't you provide me phone service? Well, you can. You can refer them to us and build a business together, get a referral kickback for the life of the account. So that's something I'm introducing now here at CAMEX. If you're interested, come talk to me. Otherwise, I will follow up after the show and provide you all my contact information. So with that, thank you very much. I really appreciate your time.
All right, last session, guys, but we saved a really, really great one for you. I'm going to put on my glasses so that I look super smart because I'm introducing a super, super smart person. So I think we can all agree that AI, ML, NLP, they've become normal acronyms in the call center space. And I just recently had a fantastic professor, Stephanie Kelly, in management analytics from Queen's University here. And we were talking about who I could get to speak at this conference that could really help us out with all of these things and changes and innovations and technologies that are coming into our space. And she said, well, you've got to have Dr. Stephen Thomas. Dr. Stephen Thomas is a professor and a researcher at Smith School of Business at Queen's University in Kingston. He's also the executive director of the school's analytics and AI ecosystem. This is an award-winning hub for research, teaching, and collaboration in applied analytics and artificial intelligence. Steve teaches natural language processing, machine learning, and big data across Smith's academic and executive education programs, and he's been named Professor of the Year 8 times. So he's got to be doing something fantastic. He earned the title of Distinguished Professor of Management Analytics in 2021. Steve's current research focuses on practical and fair AI. His research has been published several times in leading academic journals, and he's also a Scotiabank scholar. Previously, Steve ran a big data tech startup and held an industrial operations research position at Raytheon, which is an international defense and cybersecurity company. He has consulted widely on big data, text analytics, and machine learning. Steve studied computer science, earning a PhD as well, on top of everything else, from Queen's University and a Master of Science from the University of Arizona. So, Steve, we're looking forward to your session.
Thank you very much. I need to get a shorter bio. Good evening, everyone, or good afternoon. My pleasure to be here. So yeah, I wanted to kind of share some ideas that we have at Smith of some ways you can use AI in a contact center. So let me just jump right in. So everyone's heard of AI. Oh, we're not looking at the same slides, are we? There we go. Thank you. So, you know, Google and Tesla and even Apple trying to race each other to build the first self-driving car using AI. AI bots can now beat human experts and human champions at games like chess and Go and even StarCraft. You know, it was unthinkable for a while that computers could beat humans like Garry Kasparov and Magnus Carlsen at chess, and now it's not even a contest. Another exciting thing is Google just created an AI that can predict protein folding. And long story short, what this will allow companies to do is create drugs 100 times faster and 100 times cheaper than previously, leading the way to personalized medicine and basically being able to cure every disease. And what I study is things in the natural language world, and there's been an exciting recent thing called GPT-3. I don't know if anyone's heard of this. But this is an AI model that has read the entire internet, like Wikipedia, Reddit, Facebook, and has ingested basically all of knowledge of mankind and can answer questions to an eerie degree of accuracy.
Sort of based on Facebook, I just got to say that.
Okay.
Humanity is Facebook. Okay.
Right, yes. But what is AI? AI is one of those words. I actually kind of don't like the word anymore because it can mean anything. And it can mean everything. But what we teach our students at Smith, the definition I like the best is it's a computer's ability to make decisions or to predict something. And basically solve sophisticated tasks that previously we thought only humans could solve. And I like to break it down into 4 main activities, as we'll see: learning, seeing, speaking, and moving. But AI is kind of a broad field. So a lot of people focus on the engineering aspect of AI. Things like developing new algorithms, new machine learning algorithms, or developing new ways to collect and use huge data sets, how to store these data sets and engineer them from place to place, or even the hardware innovations of GPUs. And Google has even invented their own processing unit, a physical thing called a TPU, just to make AI models run faster. So a lot of focus on the engineering side, but there's also a lot of focus on the application side. How can we use AI in business to make money or save money somehow, or in government, in tech, for health and medicine, so all the application areas of AI. And then a lot of people are focusing on the ethics of AI. It sounds like that's the course you had with Steph. And, and this is probably the hardest one, is what is fair? Is it fair if an AI model makes a decision that means you don't get a loan? Privacy things, as we were just talking about compliance and privacy, I'm sure this is top of your mind, but AI models need a lot of data. How do we ensure the privacy of an individual and trade that off with the quality of the model for the population? And accountability is a tough problem. Speaking of self-driving cars, what happens if Tesla crashes into a pedestrian? Who's at fault? Is it the algorithm, Tesla, the driver, the insurance, the city, the road? There are no answers to these questions at the moment. We're kind of living in the wild, wild west. I went to an ethics conference in Toronto a few weeks ago, and I left more confused than I went because there's just so many open problems. But the reason there's just so much hype, justifiable hype in AI at the moment is it's promising a lot of things. So it's promising things like automation. And this could be big for people in this call center world, is automating tasks that humans can do, but it just takes humans a long time, or humans don't like to do it. Another promise is speed. So an AI model can make a prediction or make a decision in milliseconds, over and over and over again, compared to a human, which at best case takes a few seconds or a few minutes per decision. Consistency. So an AI model, given the same inputs, will produce the same prediction. This is unlike humans. Humans have moods. They get hungry. They get angry. They just got off the call with their girlfriend. There's been studies that judges, I'm sure you've seen, judges make harsher decisions when they're hungry right before lunch, this kind of stuff. An AI model wouldn't do that. They're also more available. So if you have an AI bot, AI program, you can deploy them 24/7, 365. They don't need breaks, holidays. And this one's kind of controversial, but you can argue that AI has reduced error, at least a different kind of error. So I'm a big chess fan, and I like to watch, the top chess players. And recently, in December, there was the World Championship between Magnus Carlsen. And it's funny, so he's like the best chess player of all time. He studies chess his whole life, but he can still just make a mistake. Just a simple, he just forgot something and make a mistake. Where AI models will just never forget something. So they won't make these easy mistakes. Anyway, so a lot of promises, and that's led to a lot of popularity. So just to expand on it, the reason AI is so popular now in industry is a couple of things coming together at once. One is companies have been collecting more and more data over the last 10, 15 years. So just everything from saving transactions, emails, call transcriptions, anything to do with their customer. And companies also have access to more compute power. In the cloud, you can rent big server farms easily. You don't have to buy your own. And everything's just cheaper. Everything's cheaper to do now. So when you kind of add these together, companies have been getting faster results on bigger data sets, which has led to high value predictions. So companies can predict very accurately if Steve is going to buy this pair of shoes, or Steve wants to see this image, or Steve wants to watch this movie. And so it's generated a lot of money in the big tech companies. And with that money has become more, they've invested in research, flowed down to universities, students, it's kind of this cycle. So it's really, really hot right now. And it's especially hot in Canada. So I'm actually from the US, but I've spent my entire adult life in Canada. But I was surprised to see that Canada is punching way above its weight in the AI world. So this is a snapshot of the Canadian AI ecosystem, just kind of showing each little dot there is a startup or a company doing something in the AI space. For a relatively small company, it's a big mover and shaker. You can see in Toronto, Montreal, Waterloo, those are the big players. And you can't really see the chart, that's okay, but there's a lot of academic labs, a lot of incubators, a lot of funding from government to try to keep graduates in Canada and keep with them all their earning potential and all their taxes. And really it all started, believe it or not, Canada was the first country to have an official national AI strategy. So back in 2017, Justin Trudeau's government put $150 million on the table in what they called the Pan-Canadian AI Strategy. And basically the idea was to fund master's programs, like the one we have at Smith, to teach students how to use AI and what is AI and how can businesses benefit from AI. Interestingly, many countries followed suit, but Canada was the first one to do so. And one thing I want to make clear is that there's a little bit of confusion out there between what's called in academics narrow AI versus general AI. Narrow AI, this is what I'm talking about when I say AI. This is what's available today. This is what companies are using. But they can only do specific tasks, like one thing at a time. The AI bot that can beat Magnus Carlsen at chess can't also do anything else. It can't make a prediction about a loan default or whether I want to read a book. It can only do one thing. And so they're highly focused, and they need a lot of kind of manual human guidance to train the model how to work. So yeah, things like a chess algorithm or your Siri assistant, these are all considered narrow AI. In contrast, general AI, this is what my mom thinks I do. This is, Terminator, and this is what Hollywood portrays as AI. Super smart beings that can self-teach themselves and do everything, take over the world and kill everybody. This does not exist. This may never exist. The best guess by the best researchers right now is it might exist in 50 years. I will note that in 1940, when AI was born, they thought general AI would be 10 years away, so 1950. Here we are in 2022, and I don't think, anyway, we can get very philosophical about what is AI, what is intelligence, and what is a human? Is a human a computer? Is the brain just a processing unit? Things get slippery very quickly. The good news is we don't really need general AI. The narrow AI that I'm going to talk about is still very, very good and very, very useful. So I like to break AI into 4 main abilities. There's machine learning, which is all about learning a pattern from a historical data set. There's computer vision, and these are algorithms that try to see and understand the world by analyzing images or videos. There's natural language processing, which is trying to get a computer to understand languages, human languages like English, French. And then finally, there's robotics. And these are building physical machines to go through the physical world to do things for us. And they're all related. So computer vision uses machine learning, and robotics needs all the other 3. So it's maybe not clear, crisp lines, but it's still useful to kind of think of them in these 4 categories. So let me describe each one in a bit more detail. So machine learning, this is when you have an algorithm that can learn a model that can then make predictions for you. By the way, when I say learn, you might sometimes hear people say train a model or fit a model or build a model. They all mean the same thing. So basically what we want is like a new data point comes in, like let's say someone applies for a loan at Scotiabank, and we want the model to say this is a high-risk loan or this is a low-risk loan. That's the prediction. And so the model will analyze that loan and come up with the prediction. Now, what is inside the model? Is it a bunch of human rules that a human manually created? No. Did we download it from the internet somewhere? No. It came from an algorithm. A machine learning algorithm built this model for us automatically. You can think of the model as just a really complicated math equation, but a human didn't come up with it. A machine learning algorithm did. How did the machine learning algorithm do it? Well, a human fed the algorithm a bunch of what we call labeled data. So historical loans that have happened in the past, and we knew whether each loan was a good loan or a bad loan. So we kind of know the answer. So we feed this to the algorithm. The algorithm analyzes all those and comes up with the model, some kind of way to tell the good loans from the bad loans. So the labeled training data, this is manually created by humans. So this is where the human guidance comes into the picture. And the algorithm does the rest. And there's a lot of there's a lot of different types of machine learning algorithms, and we're not going to get into those today. But you might have heard of some of these, like a decision tree algorithm, or even your classic logistic regression that you might have had in your statistics class back in university. But there's even better ones like neural networks and random forests. They all have pros and cons, but they're all trying to do the same thing. They're all taking some labeled data and trying to create a model that can make a prediction in the future. So that's machine learning in a nutshell. Machine learning is probably the most beneficial to business today. There are just so many applications that are being utilized today. It's not some future concept. So everything from, like the example I just said, predicting credit, but predicting which customers are going to leave or which employees are going to leave, predicting which equipment parts might fail in the next 10 days, everything. So anytime there's a prediction that needs to be made in your business, from a trivial to an important, machine learning underneath the hood can help. Ooh, let's see if I can play this. The next main area of AI is computer vision. And here is an example computer vision algorithm and kind of what it's doing. So computer vision, these are basically programs that use machine learning to try to see and understand objects in an image or video. So this is a snapshot of what Tesla's computer vision is trying to do. It's trying to find, cars, lines, stop signs, people, things like that. So it's using machine learning to try to predict, is this thing a car, is this thing a line, things like that. But when you use it to analyze images, it's called computer vision. And computer vision has a lot of applications. So self-driving cars is the big one. But also, has anyone been to these automated stores like an Amazon Go where it just kind of, the store watches you as you take items and put them in your basket and then you kind of walk out? It's kind of cool. They're used a lot in quality assurance. So as items are coming down the assembly line, you can have computer vision look at the item and say, is it the right size, the right shape, the right color, the right number? It's used a lot in facial recognition applications, for better or for worse. Some police agencies have been using this and now they're not. But another application is WePay in China. It's kind of at the checkout. Instead of getting your credit card out and fumbling around, it just takes a picture of your face and debit. In fact, I was just in Dallas Airport this weekend. Has anyone been there? Getting on an American flight. And instead of showing your passport and your ticket, they just take a picture of your face and give you a green light if they recognize who you are. It's kind of cool. I was pretty happy about that. Even got my 5-year-old kid right. And even got my wife right, and her mask was like hanging over her face. So anyway, it was impressive. Computer vision is used a lot in the medical world to help doctors scan through medical images like X-rays and CT scans and MRIs. I've seen it used in the security industry, so it can analyze security footage, looking for suspicious or unusual behavior. It's used a lot in agriculture these days, so you can put a camera on a drone and it can fly over the crop and kind of identify parts of the crop that are a little bit dry, need some more water, need some more seeds, something like that. And even things like, everyday banking when you're depositing a check using your phone. On the back end, they're using computer vision to recognize your handwriting and get the amount right and all that stuff. So that's computer vision. The third type of AI is robotics. So does anyone know this company? Boston Dynamics, building these human-like robots. I think they were acquired by Hyundai recently. Anyway, they build really impressive humanoid robots that can even now do a dance, along with like a dog robot. That dog robot is for sale, by the way, to consumers. I asked my wife, but I could not justify the $40K price tag. Anyway, another application is, this is a grocery store warehouse in the UK where these bots go around and each bot holds an item like bananas or cookies, and each of these bins are like a grocery bag, and they'll just go around and fill the order quickly. So it's really, really cool stuff. Probably the biggest use of robotics is in auto manufacturing plants. These are the big robots making these cars. I went to a auto plant in Germany recently, and man, these things are impressive. And they're bigger than I thought, and they're kind of scary because they move fast, and if it hits you, I'm going to be breaking some bones. But really good application. Some other applications of robotics in business. So delivery, drone delivery, it's possible these days. You know, regulations are kind of holding it back in certain places. But I'm looking forward to pizza being delivered 3 minutes after it was made. And it's used a lot in agriculture. So farmers use this to help pick the crop and wash crops and sort them and box them. It's used a lot in the self-driving cars. So self-driving cars have a lot of moving parts and robotics underneath the hood. Manufacturing, like we just said, especially auto manufacturing. But also other kind of warehouse spots. Amazon uses them to drive around and select items from boxes and fulfill orders and put them, get them shipped off. Farmers also use it to help with cows, like dairy farmers. They help milk the cow automatically, give the cow some massages, some washes, clean up after the cow. It's a really good time to be a cow. The cleaning robots, and not just the Roomba that you bought Grandma for Christmas, but also industrial robots that can clean up the factory floor after a hard day's work. And even companionship robots, so little pets that are very loving and affectionate, but also can be turned off when you're tired of them and going on holiday. But finally, there's the last application, and this is what I teach and what I study, is natural language processing. So this is the field of AI that uses machine learning to try to understand human languages. So, you know, if you think about a simple sentence like Steve was born in New Mexico, there's a lot going on. You know, there's several different words. Each word has a role to play in the sentence. And then there's like a higher level fact, or actually there's a couple facts embedded in this sentence, like Steve was born. That's true, and then we learned that from this. New Mexico is a place where someone can be born. And Steve was born in that place called New Mexico. So it's amazing to me that a human brain can infer all of those things instantly, but teaching a computer to do that's a little bit harder. But it's important because it turns out that about 80% of all data in an organization is unstructured. And by unstructured, I mean it doesn't fit nicely into an Excel spreadsheet with rows and columns. It's things like text, audio, images, things like that. And just as an example, there's about 500 million tweets that are sent every day, and 2.5 billion emails that are sent every single day, and these are just unstructured text. Also, a recent study showed that 90% of American adults prefer to message their friends and families and businesses as opposed to call them up. I don't know, what do you guys think? Yeah, I mean, it depends. But nowadays, if my friend calls me rather than texts me, I'm assuming that somebody's died or somebody's pregnant. Those are the only two reasons. But so anyway, it's kind of a trend. And so when there's messages, there's text. And when there's text, we can use natural language processing to analyze that text. What can we do? So natural language processing is a very, very broad field. I teach an entire course on this. But briefly, the technical things it can do are kind of summarized here. There's something called text classification, where this is an algorithm that can analyze it, read a document, and then classify it as either, let's say, spam or not spam, or this loan is a good loan or a bad loan. So it's putting it into one or two categories. Then there's information retrieval. This is a type of NLP algorithm that can read a document and pull out the important names, places, dollar amounts, all the facts kind of thing. Machine translation, this is translating one human language like English to French or vice versa. Topic analysis, this is analyzing what are the main themes of a document. So what is someone talking about? Not what words are they using, but kind of more generally, what are they talking about? And then there's information retrieval, and this is the fancy name for like a search engine. So someone types in a query and it returns all the documents related to that query. So with those core pieces, you can build lots of different applications. And this is just a minor snippet, but things like spam filter, this uses NLP. Any kind of sentiment analysis, chatbots, search engines, these are all the kinds of things that you can build using those core tasks. And they apply to basically every industry. At Smith, we do research mostly in finance and marketing, but we actually we started a partnership with the law school where we're using NLP to analyze contracts, and judges' decisions, things like that. We're also building a partnership with the KGH, the hospital here in Kingston, on how to analyze like doctors' notes and medical records and things like that. And then also for you guys, customer support. Huge industry where you can use NLP because customers are humans, and humans use language to communicate. So that's a brief overview. Let me give you some, those are all like the good things of AI. There are some challenges. As one famous researcher put it, this stuff is still hard. Why is it hard? Well, on the people side, AI is still hard because most managers don't understand what AI is or how to use it. And most humans, if they don't understand something, they don't get around to doing it. So there's just that kind of a lack of understanding. But even if you do understand, it's kind of hard to integrate AI into your system. You have a lot of software you use, a lot of legacy systems. You can't just sprinkle a dash of AI. It doesn't work like that. So you kind of have to build it in, and that takes a lot of time and effort. There's the whole change management piece. We have a whole course on this in our master's program, is how to, humans don't like change. If it's not broke, don't fix it. I like the way I do things. I don't know why we have to use some fancy AI algorithm. Just I know better. So convincing humans to change the way they do things based on AI prediction, it's harder than it sounds. And then some upper management thinks, oh, AI is too risky. It's too early. I can't use it yet. I'll let somebody else use it first and see if it works for them. I'm not going to bet the company on some algorithm that I don't understand. And then on the lower level, you have some pushback from employees saying, hey, AI is going to take my job. It's going to automate all the things that I do. And so I'm going to fight this mystical algorithm because I need my job. And then probably the biggest piece is ethics. There's all these unanswered ethical questions like, is it okay for AI to make these? So anyway, a lot of really hard things on the people side. There's still challenges on the tech side as well. And one, probably the biggest one, and this is what I'm studying with my PhD student right now, is bias in AI. So it turns out that AI algorithms can be biased towards a minority subgroup of the population, like women. Why? And you think, well, how could that be? It's just a computer. It's just, how could it know? Well, really, recall that in machine learning, we have to give it labeled training data, which comes from humans. So if that human who labeled the data was biased, then the algorithm will just repeat that bias and repeat it faster and in an automatic way. So it makes it worse in a way. So really, it's not the AI's fault. It's more of the data's fault. But still, almost all data that's labeled today is labeled by a biased human being because most human beings have at least some bias. Another challenge on the technical side is it's hard to interpret these models. Like, what exactly are they doing underneath the hood? Why did they predict that Steve won't pay back his loan? I don't know. It doesn't tell us exactly why it thought something. Also, human beings are really good at detecting outliers and saying, ooh, that doesn't really fit, so I'm going to ignore that. But computers aren't as good. So if there's some outlier in your training data set, it's going to give it more weight than it should. These algorithms are very data hungry, so you have to have a lot of labeled training data, which is expensive. And then finally, these algorithms have no common sense, not like a human at least. An example I like to point out here is there's a researcher who built an algorithm to play Tetris. Do you guys remember the game Tetris where the things come down and you try to organize them? And it told the algorithm, you get more points the longer you survive. Because in Tetris, you don't really beat the game. Whoever survives the longest wins. Okay, so he let it run all weekend, trying different things. And he came back, and he saw that one version of the algorithm could play forever. It never lost. He's like, wow, this is good. I want to see what it does. So he was playing through the video, and he noticed that as soon as the first block started coming down, the algorithm hit the pause button, and that's it. But the timer kept going. So it got infinite reward for doing no work. So there's no common sense. It didn't understand the true idea. It's kind of a case of be careful what you ask for, because it'll do exactly what you want. Anyway, so that's kind of an intro to AI in general. I want to outline a few interesting new things, how NLP can be used in contact centers. So there's a couple new and exciting things going on the technology side and the application side. So on the tech side, there's something called semi-supervised learning. So this is basically a way to not need as much training data. Remember that labeled training data I was talking about, which is expensive? Semi-supervised learning it needs just a little bit, and then it can go from there. So that's something to watch out for. There's a new machine learning algorithm called transformers, which I'll talk about in the next slide. These are just so much better than before. Their accuracy is just much, much better. It's kind of, transformers are actually the reason I'm standing here today, probably, because they have spurred, because they're so much better, they have driven the hype and the funding and everything in AI. There's also a new idea of pre-training a model and then fine-tuning it later. And I'll show you an example of what I mean by that. And then finally, there's something called model hubs, where different organizations, they can build their own AI algorithms and then share them with the rest of the world by uploading them to a model hub. So it's reducing the amount of work that everyone has to do, because previously everyone had to build their own model from scratch, and that's hard, and a lot of people can't do that. But with the model hub, you can download something that Google made, for example, that's very close to what you need. So I'll talk about more of those in the next few slides. But those new tech things, they enable a few new capabilities. And this is what we're researching and kind of developing at Smith with some of our industry partners. One is predicting what someone's going to call about, or automatically routing someone as soon as they call. And I'll come back to all of these. One is better virtual agents. So virtual agents, or call them chatbots if you want, that can just understand the user in a more accurate way. There's something called conversation analytics, and this is something I'm working on with Lululemon right now, actually, and Wisdom AI in Toronto, and one of my PhD students. And then something called agent analytics. So I'll expand on some of these, and then we'll go through that in a little bit more detail. So transformers, this is a really big deal. So in 2008, Google wrote a paper about this new algorithm, new neural network architecture algorithm called transformers. It's really complicated, and we're not going to go through the details today, I promise. But it's just a machine learning algorithm that basically it allows the algorithm to understand the sentence better, more like a human would understand, and kind of remember words that were previously said. That sounds kind of weird, but previously to this, NLP algorithms, let's say the sentence was, the dog was very, would only looked at the word very. It didn't remember that we're talking about a dog. Transformers can remember a long way back and kind of keep that context. Anyway, and that's, they call it attention, so it can pay attention to what's going on. Anyway, and it's also very flexible. Again, I'm not going to get into technical details, but the punchline is this algorithm is good at all of the tasks that we were talking about earlier. So text classification, translation, anything you want to do, a transformer can do it. What's also cool is transformers can be trained to do all of these things at the same time. So the same model can do translation from English to French and spam detection and sentiment analysis. Previously, you had to have a separate model for each. But this one is so good, it can kind of do it all at the same time. So something you might have seen in the literature called transformers. It's just the latest and greatest model and algorithm for NLP. And it is now considered state-of-the-art. That's what SOTA stands for. There's a series of benchmarks that researchers use to test how good is each algorithm. And Transformers won in every category. So they're like going to the Olympics and setting the world record in every event. The next thing is this idea of pre-training. So, like I was saying earlier, the old way, before a couple years ago, if you wanted to train an algorithm to, for example, detect emotion in a tweet, what you're going to have to do is collect a bunch of tweets and then have a human being read each tweet and then mark it as which emotion is that tweet. Anger, fear, joy, whatever you're looking for. So this is manually done by a human being. So you can imagine this takes a long time. It's error prone. Nobody wants to do it. You might be thinking, well, this is what grad students are for. And that's true. But there's only so many grad students going around. In fact, so labeling in this way is just expensive. McKinsey put out a report about AI, and the number one limitation they said on holding organizations back is that data labeling is expensive. So it's just labor intensive. You need experts. You can't just get anyone to do it. And it's subjective. Like what I think is an angry tweet, you might think is a sad tweet, you know, and then we could argue all day, but it's just subjective. So this is where the new tech comes in. It's something called pre-training, pre-trained models. So imagine being able to just use a model that somebody else trained with their own labeled data. You don't have to do anything as an organization. So you can give it a sentence like, I did not really enjoy the dish, and the pre-trained model will read that and just automatically make a prediction whether this is positive or negative, for example. And this is the reality. This is what's happening right now. So big companies, big tech companies like Google, Facebook, Amazon, they spend a lot of money, like literally $20 million, to train these transformer models in parallel on big machines. So it takes like hundreds of CPU years to do it. But then, and by the way, you might have heard of some of these in the literature, like on blogs or whatever. BERT was the first one. GPT-3, this is what I mentioned in the first slide. There's a bunch. All the companies are coming up with one. Google has another one called T5. Anyway, these are all models that they've pre-trained. And when I say, remember I said earlier they've read the entire internet? That's what they did. They labeled the entire internet and then fed them to an algorithm. And this is the cool thing about Model Hubs. You can just go to a website right now called Hugging Face. I know that's a weird name. And you can just download one of these completely for free. And that's it. And you have the power of, you basically saved yourself $20 million and years of work. There's also commercial companies that, like OpenAI has their own commercial version of a pre-trained model. So a lot of them are open source, but if you want support and all that stuff, you can do a commercial version. And so what's really cool is a company like yours, who has no expertise in this, you can just go download one today and just deploy it as is. You'll get great performance. So it's a very exciting time to be alive. I lived in a time, well, I grew up in a time where you had to build your own data and build your own model. Now you don't have to do either one of those things. You can just download someone else's. My kids are going to wonder, they're going to grow up with this. I'm assuming they're going to go into academia. But anyway, it's hard to overstate the importance of this in the AI world. And by the way, this is also called zero-shot learning, in case you've seen that word, because basically you have to do zero things for it to learn, because it's already learned. So anyway, pre-trained models, like I said, this is a big deal. And what does this mean? It means that you have to spend less time labeling, which is good, and you don't have to have a big compute infrastructure to train these algorithms, which is good. The algorithms that Google has trained, I guarantee you they're going to be more accurate than anything you could do. So you have higher accuracy predictions, and you can get whatever your product is to market faster. So this is going to save you money and make you money for no cost on your own. So that's a big deal kind of thing. So finally, let me get to the 4 ways I think that NLP can help contact centers. The first is in topic prediction. So with these kind of models, you can actually predict what a customer is going to call about right as they're calling with very high accuracy. And this is a project we've tried to do, or we are currently doing at Scotiabank in their wealth call center. And that will allow you to just handle it faster. You can like pull up the screen for the call agent faster and get the talking points up. Or maybe do an automatic routing. So, oh, this person's calling about the password reset. Let's get them over to Steve. Steve knows how to do that really well. So and better, you can do better staffing. You can even make batch predictions of, what's the volume of calls about topic X going to be tomorrow? Okay, well, let's make sure we're staffed appropriately. So this is kind of cutting edge stuff, but this is possible. What else can you do? You can have just better virtual agents, better chatbots. With these newer transformer pre-trained models, these chatbots have better intent detection. That's the fancy word for understanding what the user is actually asking about. What do they intend to do? You can also use it to do better information extraction. So when a user says, my address is this, and this is what I want to order, the algorithm can pull out the address very precisely and the details of the order very precisely, and then you can send that onto your ordering system very precisely. And they can also generate more realistic dialogue during the conversation. That you don't have to have these canned responses that the user can tell that this is a bot, or this is kind of boring, or they didn't hear what I said. You can have a much more realistic dialogue with the user. Next main thing is this, something kind of new that we've been working on. It's called conversation analytics. So these are a suite of algorithms that can basically analyze last week's conversation or last month or whatever you want. And you can create a cool looking dashboard like this. And basically you can just quantify, okay, which topics were discussed and what was the most frequent topic discussed or called about last week, or which ones are the most trending. And you have like charts, trending charts for each topic of how popular that was. You know, people are talking about that. Or, you know, when was the date and time that this topic was first discussed? Maybe there's a new issue that your company is facing. You can pinpoint the first person who called about that and then see how fast it ramped up from there. Yeah, oh yes, and new topics. You can also quantify which topics are the hardest for your team to deal with, which ones take the longest to resolve or have the highest rate of escalation kind of thing. Or how long does each topic take on average? So we're working with a company in Toronto who's building dashboards like this for their clients that can, and it gives a lot of insight onto, you know, what kind of problems are common with your customers. You can, and this thing we're working on right now is you can also analyze the tone. So some topics people are very, very angry about, very negative sentiment. You know, why is that? What can you do about that? So we're calling that suite of capabilities conversation analytics. So that's a cool capability. And then finally, you can kind of take that to the agent level as well. And we're calling this agent diagnostics. So you can analyze each agent in your call center individually, such as Steve. How long does it take Steve to handle certain topics? You know, like the opening a new account topic versus merging account or whatever the topic is. And you can compare Steve to all the other agents. You can say, oh, Steve, you take about twice as long to handle this topic as other people. What's going on there? Maybe some more training is necessary, or you know, let's listen to some other calls and see what they did. You can also analyze an individual agent's sentiment and per topic. Hey, Steve, we notice you're getting very angry when people want to reset that password. Let's, you know, and that's basically just a way for the manager to sit down and help the agent learn and improve. So yeah, just better training, better coaching opportunities. Okay, so those are 4 ideas. Key takeaways. So NLP, this is a major focus area of AI in the industry. There's a lot of new tech coming out, and NLP is now much easier to use and much more accurate than it ever has been before. And there's at least 4 ways that we're working on at Smith that contact centers can use AI. Okay, so with that, I think we have some time for some questions, if anybody has anything. And thanks for joining. Yeah, question.
I'm just wondering. Okay. I'm wondering, in terms of like picking up on tone and sentiment, does it just use the words themselves, or can it actually like hear the tone, like of the you know, the way something's expressed, like the sound as opposed to the letters?
The intention, the volume, yes.
Yeah.
So you can do both. So you can analyze tone, sentiment from text alone. But if you have access to the audio file, even better. So that you can have algorithms that can, like you say, take into account different pitches, volumes, speed, and that will make it even more accurate. But you do have to have access to the audio for that. Yeah.
Sorry, just curious about that, because we all deal with non-English English, for instance, and you can have, I will say Korean, with the way they speak, that you're talking about that it will identify pitch and things, whereas there's a lot of pitch in their natural language that they speak. How is it able to determine that? Can it do different languages? I'm sort of interested in just how they would handle that.
Yes, great question. So that is, I would say, active area of research. It's better than it used to be, but it's still a challenge, not a solved problem at all. So that's the downside with audio. With audio, you have background noise, you have sometimes multiple people talking, you have dialects and speech patterns, and people say a lot. So dealing with text is usually more accurate, but you lose the tone. But on the flip side, dealing with audio, you have a host of other problems, as you said. The good news is companies have been, big companies like Microsoft, Google, they've been manually labeling lots of hard audio. And so the algorithms are learning. It's a process, but the more labeled data there is, the better it learns. So 10 years ago, there was zero labeled data for like a Mexican accent versus a Korean woman accent, all the different niches you can think of. Now there's a lot more, so they are learning. It's still just a hard problem. And you can tell it's hard because as a human being, I can't, my brain, which these algorithms are nowhere near any of our brains, if I can't tell, there's no way an algorithm could tell. So some of them are just impossible, but they are getting better. Yeah?
With NLP, help me understand this. So you have a stream of voice. Is it being transcribed, and then it's being labeled, and then decisions are made by the AI based on the translation versus the actual recording?
Good question. Most algorithms today will transcribe it and then do all of this stuff. However, there's a recent trend to just keep it all at the audio and not do the transcription step, because the transcription step is lossy. If the transcription step makes errors, then there's going to be errors in the text, and then the model's going to be worse because it's getting buggy input. However, there's much more text available on the planet than audio, so that's why most of the big companies, when they're pre-training these transformers, they chose text, because there's billions of web pages out there and relatively little labeled audio. But I think 10, 20 years from now, there'll be models just as good for audio directly as there are for text right now. So it's kind of a moving target.
Okay, so second question. So when you were saying when somebody calls in, the system can detect, can figure out what they're calling about. So I guess there's some kind of latency because it has to be transcribed, then labeled, then a decision has to be made.
No, so on that one, the way it works is when someone calls in, we're assuming they're calling from a known phone number, and the system will quickly look at their history of calls and compare that to people with similar histories kind of thing, and also compare it to the time of day and what they talked about last time, and all these factors it takes into account. It's like, so it'll know that Steve just ordered a new TV yesterday, and now Steve's calling. That's an easy example, but so it's not a latency thing. The idea is taking the history of this person and everything we know about this person, predict what they're calling about right now. And sometimes the prediction won't be very confident, and it'll show the agent that, like, well, we're not sure what they're calling about. But sometimes you can be like 90% sure or more, and then you could pop that up.
All right, now was that like 74% versus the 74 number and the 26 number? So it's like, I'm pretty confident, but
right,
okay.
Exactly. And it just depends. Depends on the situation. Sometimes the algorithm won't be sure at all and say, hey, you're on your own. But sometimes it'll say, I am very, very sure. And you can build that into your business process. You can say, if the prediction is 80% or more, let's automatically route it to someone who we want. But if it's 80% or less, so you can kind of decide that decision threshold that you're comfortable with.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. Question over here.
Thanks, Rob. You mentioned that bias is a big problem. I played around a little bit myself a while ago, trained some models and did some of that stuff, and realized the sheer amount of data that you needed. I couldn't actually label it myself to get enough. You talked about the large companies that they're doing the pre-trained models, and they were doing all that labeling. But it still seems to be a bit of a problem with, in terms of bias being embedded in that. So if you're using models that are trained by other people, you really don't, it would seem to me that you don't have a good handle on what biases they've baked into those models. So are there techniques to identify bias, to identify problems with the data set that you probably don't have access if you download a model? How do you tell the quality of that model, and more specifically, how do you tell the quality of that model as it relates to bias?
Right. Great question. So very active area of research. There's a couple conferences that have popped up each year talking about exactly that. Know or golden bullets yet. What seems to be emerging is a series of checks and balances. So one is at the data set level. So people have come up with ways to test how biased a data set is just by scanning for certain keywords and things like that. And so you can give a data set a grade kind of thing. And so the best practice is to use only data sets with an A+ grade kind of thing. 2 is you can modify the algorithm kind of with handcrafted rules that well, let me back up. So a famous example is Google Translate when translating from Turkish to English. I don't know if you've seen this. So in Turkish, there is no gendered pronoun like he or she. It's just it. So it is a nurse. And so if you put it is a nurse in Turkish and say translate to English, it will say she is a nurse. And if you put it is a doctor, it'll translate to he is a doctor. So it has learned that only guys can be doctors and only girls can be nurses and things like that. So what Google has decided to do is just have a handcrafted rule that any time, if it's Turkish and it's an it, provide both translations, he and she. So kind of like humans in the loop almost. Not manually on every translation, but there's these rules to it. So that's another technique. And then the third technique is a series of suites and benchmark tests that, whatever the model is, just ask it a bunch of questions and see what it gave you. And if it says anything on this banned list, it's no good. And so you can score a model from A to F on how biased it is. And then I guess finally what I've seen a lot of, like OpenAI, the commercial system, is when you buy their algorithm, their model, they have in big, huge letters that this might be biased. Do not use this in production unless you are 100% sure that there could be bias. Even despite their best efforts, there still could be. In fact, I bought it once, not too long ago, and I had to talk to a human being. They called me, and they said, Steve, do you understand that this could be biased? I said, I do. I'm just using it for research. They said, are you sure you're not going to use it in production? I said, yeah, I'm just a researcher. So that's the level. So they're trying to make it. So they're trying to solve it at the data set level, the algorithm level, and just make it sure that everyone is aware of the limitations. So that's the current state. Where it's going to go in the future, I'm not sure. It's kind of a tough problem. Like you said, all the data that exists in the world today was created by humans, and the more research there is on bias and fairness is basically every human is flawed in one way or the other. So it's kind of hard to think about how to solve this problem. But great question. Very open area of research.
You were talking about how we have this in farming and agriculture, and you have it in the vehicles and all that sort of thing. And while I understand that we're doing a lot and investing a lot in the master's program and the academics and the programs and stuff, what about the people that are going to have to maintain the machines out in the farms and things like that? Are we actually investing in ensuring that the next people that are perhaps in primary school now, when they graduate, that's the jobs that's going to be available for them going down the road? Like, are we actually investing in that as well?
To a degree. I mean, there's always this push towards STEM and things like that, especially for girls, to try to get more people in it. I have 3 kids, all from grade 1 to 5 at the moment. And I'm kind of disappointed in the level of, they even go to a private school here in Kingston, and they have their tech class, but anyway, we could do more. But I agree with you, it's very important, because I think speaking analytics and AI is going to be just table stakes going forward. There's going to not be any talks like me telling people what is this. It's going to be, you're going to know it just as much as you know what math is or what English is, kind of thing. So is the Canadian government doing enough? I would say no, personally. Because you're right, you're going to end up with some farmer in Manitoba with some broken drone. It's like, what do we do here? But on the flip side, the companies do try to make it very user-friendly. And to use AI, you don't have to actually know all the details on how it works. It's kind of like, to drive a car. You don't need to know exactly how the engine works. If you're on the farm and it breaks, it's helpful to know how to repair it. But for most people, most of the time, you just hit the gas and you just go. So that's kind of, as AI becomes more mature, more and more people, everyday people, can use it. You don't need a PhD to figure it out. It's a great question, though. Good. Oh, one more question?
It'd be pretty disruptive for the task community if there was a model that was able to emulate human speech quite accurately. Do you have a prediction for when it would be possible for like someone to call into a call center and 95% of the time not realize that they're speaking to an AI-generated model, or when that might occur?
What was that last thing you said? I'm sorry?
Like when that may occur.
Oh, when? Okay. Now. So yeah. So there are kind of two questions there. Is when is it technically possible? The answer there is now. Question is, should you do it? And that some companies will. Okay, I've seen a few different approaches. Google, I don't know if you remember it, a few years ago, I'd say 2 years ago, they released a new virtual agent that can make calls on your behalf to like book. Do you guys remember this? And they even programmed in it the bot to say things like and this kind of stuff to make it sound more human. They got huge backlash. They're like, we don't want the bot to pretend to be human. That's a bad idea. So Google got a slap on the wrist on that one, or an egg on their face, I should say. And that's kind of a best practice nowadays, is to be transparent. This is a bot. You were talking to a bot or an agent, whatever you want to call it. So don't really pretend. And in fact, there's research about this. I forget what it's called. But there is a... Basically, the closer an AI gets to a human in anything, in appearance or in sound, it gets kind of... There's this creepy zone. I forget what it's called. The uncanny valley. Yes, thank you. Where it's... As a human, it's so close, but you can tell something's off. It just makes you want to run. It's like, oh, this is a monster. I'm going to die soon. I'm just going to go. So you don't want to be in that uncanny valley. You want to be way ahead of it, or way behind, or just be very upfront. You know, this is a bot. So the question, can you versus should you? Should you? I mean, there are industries and applications where it does make sense to have a bot handle 95% of the conversations, like you said. But other times, it doesn't make sense. So it just depends industry to industry, organization to organization. Good. Okay, I think we'll leave it there. So thank you very much for having me, and have a good rest of your day.
Steve, we just want to thank you for leaving us with that very creepy feeling before the end of the evening, but we've got a small gift for you from Camex. Thanks so much. We really enjoyed it. I think we learned a lot. You made it easy for us to understand, so we really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
We can get our books at 5 o'clock where? 5 at the registration table. And remember, the boat leaves at 6. So be there at 5:30. The bar's open when the boat's open, so that's good. Linda, be at the lobby for 5:15.